the George Jefferson.
Yeah, I don't have no hair. At least he got something left. If I tried to grow it out, it wouldn't be a good look. Not for me, at least. Josue, appreciate you. Greg, we appreciate you.
Jazz forgot, and she jumped in here on the chat for the first time. That's how it is. Now she's got to do an Instagram post and then a Facebook post. And then a Twitter post.
I know I forgot something. Will Z, appreciate you, man. Man, the love is crazy, man. It's overwhelming, man. Yeah. Did you know he had a brother that was like bad? Ramon?
Is that Ramon?
Yeah. His brother was like, so when Pedro came up, it was like, oh, it's Ramon's brother. Like, not like this is Pedro, the dude. It's like, oh, that's Ramon's little brother. Yeah. That's how good Ramon was. And then Pedro just blew past him.
Yeah.
No, like good.
Bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good.
Yeah.
Jesse probably doesn't get that reference either, but that's fine. It's from somewhere. Yes.
This 1993, the Padres jackasses trade Fred McGriff to the Braves for Melvin Neves, Donnie Elliott, and Vince Moore, and cost the 103-win Giants maybe a World Series.
103. Man, that's tough. Man, that's tough.
103, and you stayed home for the
man. You better get out of that article, man. These people talking to you today, man.
My bad. Lazy Kansas season. Kyron, what up, man? Brian Baker, what up, man? Brian Kimpa. I think I said that right.
You know what, man?
T Green. David. I'm gonna give it to David real quick.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
Yeah. He's been begging for that all day. Thanks, Peg Junk. Get that in there for KC. Oh, Peg Junk.
Appreciate you. Bryce.
I love that. That's the hashtag. That makes me so happy. I love that David kept that alive. That's solid. Where's Leezy's? I mean, it was Wednesday. I had a dinner where it was like an all oven dinner, so I didn't really have to work. It was just kind of get everything in the oven and I'm straight. I had the rice cooker going, so I was kind of good. Yeah. So I was like, I'm gonna go ahead, pour a little McQueen.
Yeah.
With some strawberry soda out of the soda stream. You know, two separate glasses.
Right.
Bruh.
That's bizarre. But
I don't know that it's not bizarre. Bruh, that stuff is quick.
Super quick.
I had just nice little glasses of freaking Wednesday, for God's sakes. And I got up to get my dinner. I was like, hey, hey. I started looking at my cup like, hey, man. And we welcome you in here on this historic 22nd day of July, show number 231. We celebrate the birthday of our very own Kenny Caraway.
Let's go. Let me get one more time.
Air horns one more time.
Just one more time.
Hit it again. See, this would be the time where I dropped a Stevie Wonder record right here. But out of a threat of a $10,000 fine, I can't even sing it without getting in trouble. And
that was definitely played at 12 o'clock last night at my house. I was asleep. I
was going to say, I've been asleep for about 2.5 hours by the time that beat dropped. That's good, though. Everybody should listen to Stevie Wonder on their birthday, man. And we're happy that you're celebrating your birthday with us here today. We're happy that you are celebrating Kenny's birthday with him here today. And today will be a day to honor all things Kenny. We're going to have Reese on in about 15 minutes, Jazz on in 30 minutes. We'll get Cheryl from Elk Grove on here, Cheryl from B More. Let's get Coop Froggy Frog on the show, Aceberg Slim. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your life. I'm just kidding. I'm surely kidding, but seriously, man, happy birthday, bro.
Man, thank you, bro. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? I've had a good morning already. My son took me to breakfast, had a little IHOP, a little breakfast sampler. Can't mess. I'm not mad at the IHOP pancakes. You know what I'm saying? I like to put some warmed up strawberry syrup on there.
Okay,
that's the way you
no
just take it to another level.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm almost bougie where I can't go back to make maple syrup if I'm out of the restaurant. I kind of don't want it. I only want the strawberry syrup, and it has to be warmed up. I don't want it cold.
Okay, well that's solid. It's your birthday, man. You could do whatever you want to. This is your day to be bougie. It's your day to be difficult and complicated, and we can't do anything about it. We just have to deal with it. Like, we have no choice but to deal with your poor take on chocolate chips today. Like, I'm gonna bring
not
you
having any chunky chocolate chips.
Bringing you a batch of D-Lo's chocolate chunk cookies.
Well, I mean,
on Saturday.
I will say this,
and it's going to change your entire existence. You're going to be mad at Jazz. You're going to send Jazz to the store. Jazz, we got a house full of people. I need you to go get some chocolate chunks. We need to try to make this stuff the D-Lo just made right here.
Well,
change your whole world.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, because Jazz ain't going to go to the store. She'll be like, man, take your own self to the store. I got people here. What's wrong with you?
They wouldn't even say no words.
She give you the look. I've seen the look too. I've seen her look at you crazy before. It's like, oh, look at this. I gotta. It's game time. I gotta go. It's game time. I gotta get out of this house.
Hey man, so I since they're homemade, they'll probably be good. I like my homemade.
Come on,
cookies, but it's not going to convert me. It can't. It just can't happen. I mean, there's just too much. Like I said,
that's what happens.
Chocolates. Just bring some Hershey chocolates. That's all you got to do.
That's stupid. That's what happens when you get old. You get stubborn in your ways. You refuse to accept new things. You refuse to adapt to changes in life. You refuse to acknowledge things that are better, and you stick in your old ways, even when your old ways are worse. And that's fine because it's your birthday, and you're entitled to do dumb things.
The poor guy, Damien, still ain't seen the light. You might see it soon. You're not far away either from your birthday celebration. And yeah,
if you think I'm ever going back to a chocolate chip, it's not. And by the way, can I mention this? There's no my birthday celebration. We're on the verge. We're on the no. Nope, that ain't gonna be nothing. We're on the verge of the D-Lo and Casey birthday celebration. And now you talk about lit. You talk about that being something. Got a little call today.
Oh,
got a little call. We ain't there, but we there. So soon enough, we're gonna have an announcement about the D-Lo and KC birthday celebration. And that's D-Lo and KC, this radio show. That's not Kenny's birthday. That's not Damien's birthday. That's our birthday.
This turning into a big summer. It's a big summer.
And it starts 1 week from tonight.
Yeah.
That big summer starts 1 week from tonight, where I don't think anybody wants the Kings to actually make a selection. Well, okay, Kenny does. Virtually nobody else. Well, I take that back. Brendan Nunez does, and the folks at the King's Herald. I heard Brendan Nunez, the Deuce Mo man, the Franz wagon. The Franz wagon is filling up with King's Herald writers. Hi, man, I'm sure. I know Brian will pull you along. You could get you a what's the little bike that you put next to the big bike? We could get you one of those little. We could get you like a little Reese bike that he takes out with the Queen Bee. We could get you one of those, a little mini Franz wagon.
Okay,
it's happening.
That guy's not a top 10 pick. What are we doing? I didn't say he's a bad player. I didn't say he's not an NBA player. Gonna draft this guy 9?
Franz. We better. We might. What's today? Thursday. Let's see if we can get Brendan on the air with us next week. And let's see if he.
I ain't gonna say it's Mac Jones level, but you gotta draft this guy 9. This guy has 0 superstar qualities and potential. 0.
But who is there a superstar at 9?
I'm potential. He's got 0. Even if you're not crazy about Moses Moody or whatever, At least if you say superstar potential, there's people that I've talked to that are like, yo, this dude. I told you, my NBA guy was like, yo, I see a lot of Bradley Beal. He does some Bradley Beal and Moses Moody.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, yo, I see some Bradley Beal in there. Even if it's like he's wrong, there's a 5% chance that he has Bradley Beal in him. Jalen Johnson, there's a 7% chance that he's something. There's a 0% chance that Franz is any kind of superstar.
He could be Mo.
I like Mo. I actually like Mo, but he's bounced around the league. Yeah. Franz has no shot of being more than at best case scenario for him is a rotational role player.
Yep, I agree.
I agree. 9? Jesus.
That
would be what did James Harden say yesterday? Ain't no sacrifice flies. That's a sacrifice fly. That's that would be with the bases loaded and no outs, grounding into a double play and getting the run home that way. That's what drafting Franz would be.
That's a hell of an analogy right there. You get the run in, but you get 2 outs in the process.
Mm-hmm.
What does the run equate to in this situation, though? A solid rotational player? Is that all it is?
He'll be in the NBA.
How about it's a 0 out ground in. You get the run in, but you're still down 3-1.
You get the run in. Look, it might be this. You're down 2-0. You get a base hit that scores the runner from second, but you get thrown out at second and the inning is over.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Run counts because it happened before you got thrown out at second, but the inning's over. That's Franz Wagner.
Oh man, that's a hell of a way to start the show. That is a hell of a way to start the show for sure. But yeah, the draft is 1 week from today, and then just a couple of days after that will be NBA free agency. There's a ton of questions out there that we're going to dive into. We really didn't get time to yesterday. We spent so much time talking about Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks, and we spent some time talking about the Phoenix Suns. We tied it all back into the Sacramento Kings, and we're going to do that here again today, but we'll dive a little bit more in depth about what happens with Chris Paul and Phoenix, what happens with Dame Lillard and Ben Simmons, what happens, with Kawhi Leonard. Does he opt out? What does all of this mean for the Sacramento Kings? If James Ham, they're swinging for the fences, they're trying to hit a home run. Okay, who's that home run? Not everybody. Dame Lillard, that's a home run, but people are getting uptight about what it will cost them. Ben Simmons, some people see that as a home run, some people don't. I don't think Kawhi is in this conversation. We saw John Collins get offered his kind of a formality from Atlanta today, where he's now a restricted free. He is officially a restricted free agent, so he's going to be out there fielding offers, and I imagine Atlanta's matching everything. It's certainly just a guess of mine, but I'm imagining I don't think you can let him walk. They're matching every offer that comes through, no matter how big it is, and he's going to receive some massive offers. So this is and then there's all of the reports about of course the Lakers didn't win the championship, so all is not right in the world, and they've got to add a third superstar, because that's the only way LeBron James teams, I guess, win, is instead of adding complementary players, they just try to add one more big piece. And he's got a relationship with Chris Paul, so that is a really close relationship with Chris Paul. That has sparked a lot of conversation, and there's rumors of talk. There's talk about a potential Russell Westbrook deal out there, which brings into question now Washington and Bradley Beal. What happens there?
I got a hot take for next season. Should I say it now or should I wait?
We got time.
Okay,
yeah, you might as well.
A hot take. Chris Paul's not coming back to Phoenix.
Is that hot? It was warm.
He's going to the Lakers.
Okay, that's a little toastier. It's a little toastier.
Paul is going to be a Laker next year.
Explain.
Yeah, I got no. Give me no information or nothing like that. It's just a vibe.
I get it. I get it. Sometimes you just be vibing out. I get it. But what's giving you the vibe? The need for a championship, the desire to close out his career with his buddies. What?
Yeah, I think it's a need for a championship. Also, I think you look at. I really believe Chris Paul is a basketball savant. He's a smart guy. And I think he's sitting there being real with himself. And once again, they had a great season. They did some great things. They achieved a whole lot. This is no disrespect when I say this about the Phoenix Suns. But I think Chris Paul is looking like, we ain't getting back. We're not getting back. So if I want to win a championship, my best chance is to team up with LeBron and AD, make their life a little easier, and try and win a championship that way. If he wants, I'll put it to you like this. If he wants to win a championship, that's the move he'll make. I think they have a max slot, so they can pay him. It wouldn't be as much because it's not the same team, but they can pay him the max that anybody can pay the free agent. So he'd be leaving a little money on the table. But I think James Ham was saying it yesterday. He's made $300 million in his career.
Right.
I mean, crazy.
Right. No, I hear you. In context. Yeah. In context. But the thing is, Chris Paul isn't, even if he stayed with Phoenix, I don't think he's signing a max deal. I think he's opting out of or otherwise he would just keep the 44.
Right,
like I think he's opting out of the 44 for a year to sign something that gives him in the vicinity of 100 over, my guess is 3.
Right.
Or maybe 2 and 1.
Right. Maybe he can do a 2-1 with the Lakers.
I'm sure he could.
Yeah. No, I'm saying like maybe that's easier for them and him. They trade Kyle Kuzma to the Kings.
Okay, stop. We'll step out. We'll come back. You got to let Kenny say stuff like that because it's birthday. We don't have any choice. We just got to listen to it. So he's going to sell us on Kyle Kuzma for like the 5th time this offseason. And we're going to try to answer all of those questions because there's a domino effect. And, James said yesterday, the first shoe to drop. Well, who's the first shoe? Is it Chris Paul? We'll dive into that next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ramsey asked earlier, yes, sir. I went to that IHOP on Metaview. I have the option of going either Metaview or down on Laguna by the 99 side. I chose Metaview. I like to go back into Sacramento as much as possible.
Did you see the NFL memo? I don't know if we have to get that into the show. That's important.
I did not see it. What they talking about though?
If there's an outbreak because of unvaccinated players that leads to cancellations, like there are like forfeits involved now, and there's the team has to cover the losses. It's pretty like you talk about deterrent, like it's a deterrent.
Damn.
Leezy, why do you keep asking about Marshall? Did we miss something? Like what? Why are you asking about Marshall? Like it's I've seen all of these messages. I just don't get why you're bringing it up. I just saw Will Z. Let's see. Lakers have 6 players and Luol Deng for $119 million already on the books next year. They'll make it work. They always do. Well, and there's a Dennis Schroeder component to all of this. I imagine, Will Z, does that include the cap hold for Schroeder? I imagine they have a cap hold for a couple of other guys. Oh, man. Soon enough. I could see Jazz just throwing grapes at him from.
Yeah, she just throw them at me. You wouldn't feed them to me. Who's this?
13th round?
Hey, you got to talk to me a little bit more about that one. That's not the dude that fought a couple weeks ago. The middleweight. They said Oscar's trying to get to 50-0, 51-0.
Wait, Oscar's never lost a fight?
No, he's got a fighter that he wants to get past Floyd's.
Oh
man, I remember the first name. I haven't done enough on him to give an accurate assessment of him.
Yeah, I don't know if he did. It sounds like he did, but I can't tell if it's official. I actually had the Observer up earlier.
Warren says, yeah. Warren says official. I'm gonna check him out, Richard. I'm gonna check him out some more, man. Like I said, I remember his first name. I didn't remember his last name, but I remember seeing his first name because it reminded me of the UFC fighter. Yeah, I'm gonna check him out some more.
I don't think it's official, guys. I know it's out there, but I don't think it's like they haven't announced it. Let's say that much. Like they haven't announced it. King
fan, no sir. This is that official McQueen joint, baby. McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. You know, McQueen team. Shout out to my man Ben. Shout out to Black Boss 916. Man, he blessed me earlier today, man. Ooh,
love it.
The drop off is crazy. I had to walk down to my door to open it, but he still got in and he blessed me with it.
I'm gonna ignore that. He's such a jackass, dude. He doesn't get any more time on this show.
Nah.
He's such a piece of garbage.
He can.
That's literally never happened. Never happened. Why am I doing the show start thing? Like I don't know why. Like, hey, the show's starting over again. Maybe that first segment didn't count because we were celebrating Casey's birthday. I don't know what it was. Like for those who were watching, I was just like, hey, show's starting.
I still give you pound. We're
getting wrestling questions. We're 2 hours away. We're over 2 hours away from the house show because we got Deuce and Mo today. So all of the shows within the shows get pushed back a little bit, but Deuce and Mo will be with us coming up at 1:47 here.
Deuce reminded me that and I remember I heard this before, but I forgot it. Shawn Michaels' birthday is today. Give him some air horns.
The Heartbreak Kid
explains why I'm the showstopper, why I'm the main eventer.
Mm-hmm.
It's me and Shawn Michaels,
the icon.
It
also explains why you're degenerate. Sophomore class. Kenny is Shawn Michaels circa 1997.
I'm Shawn Michaels walking down the ramp that one classic time where he just turns from side to side.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like Kenny is Shawn Michaels circa 1997, summer of 97. That's Kenny Caraway.
That man might have been the most hated dude in the locker room of all time at that time.
For real. Oh my gosh, 100%.
I've never heard a good story about Shawn from that time.
None, except by his BFFs, and that's about it.
Even they're like, well, yeah.
No, he was kind of a. No, those are all true. None of those are exaggerated. He was just that, and of course, Shawn be like, yeah. That was me.
Shawn says, I wasn't always the best guy.
That was me. Like, yeah, can't help it. Can't help it. It's what I was. If you want to get in on the conversation, 916-349-1320. Of course, many of you are already involved in the conversation over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. So let's go ahead and just backtrack here. Chris Paul, Lakers, right before we went to break, you threw out the Kings trading for Kyle Kuzma. The Lakers got to unload that deal, but
that was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's that meme. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was tongue in cheek.
I mean, I'm on the record saying I wouldn't be mad at Kyle Kuzma, but
it would be a more difficult deal now because they can't take money back.
Exactly. Like originally, it would be to take Buddy back. You know what I'm saying? But
they can't do that because they need the space. I don't even know how they
Metu back or something like that. And we don't want that.
We're not trading Metu. That's just not a thing. We might as well put Metu's jersey up in the rafters now. Put the statue outside the Golden One Center.
Real quick, we're talking sports, but is this? I'd never heard this. Is this confirmed? Today is also George Clinton and Keith Sweat's birthday. They definitely get air horns.
I did hear that.
And for Keith, oh yeah, baby.
It's a terrible Keith Sweat impersonation.
Why, oh, why, oh, why?
But I have to let you do it because it's your birthday. Those are the rules. And that's fact. Freeport Mets, who is family here, which is why he can't be involved in any trade conversations.
Can't be family till he comes on the show, though. Stop playing.
True that.
When you get back home, you gotta get on the show, big dog.
We got to get that done. James Ham said this yesterday. He expects a lot of action in the NBA after the first shoe drops. And he meant league-wide, not necessarily as it pertains to the Kings. He meant league-wide first shoe drops, everything gets going. But who's the first shoe? Is it Chris Paul? Because Dame is a long shot. I think at this point, Ben Simmons is a long shot. The most likely is probably Chris Paul. Is he the first domino that needs to fall?
I mean, I really think the first domino is a draft. I think that's going to be the first one. And then you'll see established players in the league they'll be moved on that day. But somebody like a Chris Paul, I think that's going to be because we got a Thursday draft and then free agency August 1st
right after
a Monday. So I think things are going to happen over the weekend, over that Saturday and Sunday going into that Monday morning. That Monday morning is going to be crazy, y'all.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Tap in. That Monday morning got to be nuts.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun show for sure. But why free agency though? When we've acknowledged there aren't really any big free agents out there. Now, of course, Chris Paul is probably gonna be a free agent. Certainly, we don't know for sure yet. But all of these other names we're talking about, they're not free agents.
No, not free agents. But I just don't. I think. Or I'll say this, I think it's going to coincide with the draft. I don't think much happens before the draft. Even Chris Paul. I think any moves are going to coincide with draft day or maybe the day before.
Does that put anyone at a disadvantage? Like, would you push for deals to be done before the draft? Especially if you were acquiring draft picks. Wouldn't you want to? Now, framework can be laid. We see this, and this is usually in draft day trades that are already agreed upon, and you normally know before the selection's made. In some cases, you know right after, but a team is selecting a player for a different team, knowing that they're going to be traded.
Right.
So I guess it doesn't matter if stuff happens before or after if you're trading for picks, if you're trading in this year's draft, as long as there is at least some framework. Now, I feel like if you're trading in this year's draft, stuff has to be done.
Yeah, but I would also think if you're trading in, with this draft and in this draft, all these things they shouldn't at least be caught with their pants down. You know what I'm saying? Like
no one should ever
already. No, they should already have done their home. Like they shouldn't be surprised. 48 hours, 24 hours before the draft. Oh, snap. Wait, we can make a move and move into the lottery. Man, we gotta burn the midnight oil and look at all these drafts. They should already we've seen everybody in the lottery like today, like on July 22nd. They've seen everybody in the lottery, even if you're the Lakers. We've seen everybody in the lottery. We're prepared if a deal comes up draft day or the day before that. If we got here, this is a guy that we would take. So I don't think anybody, they shouldn't be at any kind of disadvantage.
You should already be aware of
everything
what's happening.
Like Chris Paul. And plus you're talking to agents. They're probably dropping to you as a GM like, yo, don't be surprised if this guy asks, or, the Dame stuff is real. Like he's just waiting for Tokyo to start. You know what I mean? Like, They should have been tipped off a couple weeks ago.
His agent's going to release the news like in the middle of the first Olympic game. Or he's going to be on the podium picking up his own gold medal and putting it on his neck. And the announcers are going to have to talk about, wait a minute, Adrian Wojnarowski has just tweeted that Dame Lillard wants out of Portland. Like, wait a minute, he's on who? How did that happen?
He's shooting a free throw.
He's at the free throw line. The fans in Tokyo are counting. It's wild.
Speaking of, did you watch any Olympics last night? since there was nothing on but Giants baseball. And we're talking about Giants baseball. I remember one time Bam Bigelow said in lead up to the LT match, it was the first time I ever heard it. So that's why I always think about it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He said it in one of his promos. And that's what last night was at Dodger Stadium.
Okay. Well, we'll spend some time, and your prediction is going to wind up being accurate. As the Giants are up 2 games on the Dodgers with 1 game left to play in this series. And yes, we will absolutely spend some time talking about that as well. No, I did not.
Olympics.
No,
I tried to, but it just.
If it's on before the opening ceremony,
well, okay.
It ain't going to do it for
Giants
me.
Dodgers tonight. What the hell else is on tonight?
I watched a couple old episodes of The Sopranos last night. It's like, I haven't seen this in a long time. Let's watch this. And I actually forgot, like, some of this sucks. Like, The Sopranos is really good. The long-term storytelling is really good. But the last season takes a really long time to develop. And if I remember correctly, they broke up this last season. So if it was, I don't know how many episodes it was, but hypothetically, let's say it was 12. They aired 6, took a long ass break, and then aired the other 6.
The first power thing.
The first 6 are useless. I mean, they're all building towards the final 6, but they're like, I'm watching this like, God, I don't remember this series sucking this bad. This is awful. And then I started to remember, like, oh, I remember what they did. Like, okay, all right, let's get through this before it really starts getting.
Shows do that. Power is notorious for that. I remember Scandal did that too.
Scandal did do that. Yeah.
So the first 5 episodes. We'll be back after New Year's. It's October.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean after New Year's?
Leave you a little cliffhanger.
So yeah, I mean Giants Dodgers tonight, but that's really about it. That's our life.
I'm
right
still
now.
not going to watch the Olympics today. Like, give me a reason to watch before the opening ceremony, and I'll watch. I had no idea the soccer team was playing. I had no idea. I get a headline that says Megan Rapinoe says we got our asses kicked. Like, in what?
Well, the reason to watch.
Did y'all get jumped in Tokyo? Like, what do you can't even go outside. Like, what are you talking about? Oh no, they already played a game. They lost 3-0. Like,
the reason to watch is because the games count.
No, I'm good.
The same as they would on Saturday.
Okay, I'll watch Saturday. Is anybody swimming? Gymnastics? Is Simone Biles on tonight? If Simone Biles is on tonight, I'll watch.
I mean, no disrespect, but that's low on my totem pole.
I like swimming. Come on, man.
I mean, I don't like swimming, but that's
every 4 years. Let me rephrase that. Every 4 years, I like swimming. Every 4 years, it's a good watch. But
yeah,
next year, hey, swimming's on. Cool.
Start tapping in the second week.
So you're a track and field guy.
Yeah.
You ain't even an Olympic guy. You're a track and field guy.
Basketball's the whole way through.
Basketball's the whole way through. 3-on-3 will be the first week.
I think I might watch some softball this year.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm tapped into the softball. Wow.
As The Athletic just pushed out a notification that says NBC will present thousands of hours of coverage from Tokyo. Here's everything you need to know before tuning in. I know they got an Olympic channel over
dedicated to this whole.
Well, they got Peacock too.
That's the other big one.
I think Peacock's like
crazy. They got Peacock. They got NBC Sports Network. They got the Olympic channel, like you just talked about. They got
NBC,
like
the actual NBC.
Yeah. Man, they're all over the place.
Do you sit through the opening ceremony?
No.
Yeah, those are tough.
No. I mean, look,
they're culturally relevant to the home country, so it gets to be a little. And I don't know that they are doing it because I saw the Sue Bird announcement. The Walk of Nations, I forget the official. That's tough. That's just, hey, look we're watching people walk.
So let me ask you, how long is that thing?
The opening ceremony?
Yes.
That's a solid 4.
Come on, man.
And some change.
Oh man.
Try watching one live.
That's what I was saying.
That's
what
quite that's quite the. Now, of course, no one will have to watch it live this year, but it is quite the. Yeah, it's something,
bruh.
Imagine watching it live in like 90% humidity as well. No good.
Look, I'll tell you guys a little bit about my life. My college graduation, I was asleep because we were in the back, and there was, off the top of my head, there was like 1,500 kids graduating, maybe more. I don't know. In my like the journalism or the communications area, there's like 1,500 kids, and I was in the back. If there was 1,500, I was probably like 1,450. Man, I had a
people
long
who
night
fought for you to be in the front.
I had a long night the night before. Long night. It was about 9 a.m. I said, man, I'm taking me a nap. I took me a nap. I still had to wait about 30 minutes before my name was called. That's what I would do during the opening ceremonies if I was in the stands.
Yeah, that's a solid effort. And then when you're waiting for America to come out, right? And you're scanning
alphabetically.
I don't remember how they go. I truthfully don't remember. It was brutal period. Like it was tough. I just remember like you're scanning athletes looking for the one person out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are walking that you know, hoping that you see them. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Now I probably won't turn to NBC until Saturday. I may check in. No, that's not true. I'll try to time it out for America on the walk, but that's probably all I'll watch.
But also, you won't be watching it live. So Friday, like after our show or something, there's gonna be sports on. Like we're gonna miss the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, that's probably true. Let's see. I got a
night at like 1 a.m. right? Or this morning, tomorrow morning.
I got a call. I got a call at 7 a couple nights ago, 7 p.m. And it was 11 a.m. the next day.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll probably be like 2, 3 in the morning when they're doing that.
Yeah.
It might be like, maybe it'll be like first thing, like 4 or 5 in the morning out here. Good. So the whole point is we won't have to watch it if we don't want to.
Can House of Highlights just cut the hey she apparently Smoothie wants to go watch the Olympics. She never does that. She's like sitting in here barking. Willie Green, the Willie Green hire is official.
Congratulations to Willie Green, man. Willie Green. Did you see shout out to the people watching on the YouTube and the Twitch. That was pretty funny. Did you see over the weekend they were talking about like I think it was 6 of 7 hires were minorities from new head coaches. I think that was the stat. Maybe it wasn't exactly the stat, but we can go down as Willie Green. Who's in Orlando? Somebody's in Orlando. Oh, the guy that was in Dallas. He's in Orlando.
Jamal, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jason Kidd, which ended up being a debate on Twitter. I hate Twitter. They're ridiculous.
Wait, what was the debate? Oh, no, I know what the debate was. Oh, God, that's awful. I hate that. Jason Kidd, that's terrible.
I hate Twitter.
That's really terrible.
Do. I think I might close my account. I hate that place.
You're not closing your account.
Crazy. But anyway, they were celebrating the diversity in the minority hiring within the NBA, and that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I thought about what you said when I was seeing all that, though. I was like, dang, Sam Cassell really is becoming Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, that's I don't understand that. That's I don't even hear made up reasons why Sam Cassell isn't getting the like Eric Bieniemy. They just started making up stuff. Oh, maybe he doesn't speak well. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that.
What they say,
maybe
he doesn't interview well. Is that what they say?
He doesn't interview well. He doesn't talk enough about biting kneecaps. Apparently, like I don't know what it is, but
oh man, watch your kneecaps, Fred Warner, week 1.
But I don't even hear anything about Sam Cassell.
Nah. All I hear is like how people want him to.
Sorry, Kenny's laughing because I keep muting my microphone and screaming for Smoothie to stop barking, and he can't hold it together. He can't hold it
together. That one it's just funny. It's just
that was the third one, and I just realized I know what it is. The guy, God bless him. I normally put a sign on the door. Today I didn't put a sign on the door, but I had to have my computer shipped off. He can't leave my computer on the doorstep.
Gotcha.
And that's why he's ringing. Like I
mean, I got it. If you need to go handle that real quick.
No, I'm sure he's gone and Smoothie's come back in here and lay down. So
okay.
all this
you locked the door from your phone, huh? It's locked. Well, let's look at your phone and make sure it's locked.
The door is locked. Thank you very much. The door is locked.
Boy, oh boy, somebody ring my doorbell. I got to go down there manually. Unlock that
just
door.
Just ignore him. Pay no attention. Like I have to allow him to behave like this because it's his birthday. But don't believe anything that you're hearing.
Sickness is right. I think Sprout was just trying to say happy birthday. Appreciate it, Sprout.
That may have been true.
Thank you.
Yeah, that may have been true. As Jesse says, I don't even have a doorbell. Shaking my head.
Yeah, man. If the Olympics, that's what's going on. We started this with the NBA, though. What, like, what you
long time ago? We started this with the NBA,
and the first NBA game with the first men's basketball game, I think is Monday, right? I think it's Monday super early because I remember we talked about this, and neither one of us are going to watch it at the same time.
Right.
It's either really early when I'm still asleep and you're up, or it's not even late. It's like 9:30 is a couple that starts, and you're like,
yeah, I just won't see all of it. I'm like, hey, it's a hell of a first 5 minutes. Can't wait to see the rest in the morning.
Yeah. So men's basketball, women's basketball, they got it on click clack. I think that kind of hurts the women's because I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm probably not gonna watch until it's medal play because nobody's beating them.
The three. Well, then I think you'll like the 3-on-3.
Oh, I'm gonna be all over 3-on-3.
Those are that's gonna be tough for both. It's gonna be tough for the men and the women. That's
I'm gonna be all over 3-on-3. I'm interested to see how that plays out. Absolutely.
I'm interested to see how the next week or so plays out. We talk about who the first shoe to drop, whether it's Chris Paul or it's someone else, as we talk about push notifications. Another one coming in from The Athletic that says the Blazers have real fear of losing Dame Lillard. What's funny about that is, dear Blazers, you're in control of the situation. Like you're not going to lose him. You may have to trade him, but it's not like, okay, he's gone to Tokyo, he's never coming back. Like, you guys have a lot of control in this situation. You, as we said, keep it amicable, and everything may work out for the best interest of everybody.
But the fear is real.
Understandably.
It's reality in the face. This ain't gonna work.
And maybe that's the real fear. Maybe they're framing it as like, and I don't doubt for a second that they're fearful of losing Dame Lillard, but I also think their realization that they're about to hit the reset button for the first time in, over or not over, but maybe about a decade.
Yeah, it's been a while.
They're scared of that. Like they're looking at other teams. Like, man, you could hit the reset button and you might not get going again. There could be a malfunction, and you may have to pull the cartridge out and start blowing in it like you used to have to do with the Nintendo. May have to start hitting it to try to get it to work again. Hey, that was the universal way to get anything to work. The remote's not working. Oh, look at that! It works now. That's what Portland's fearful of.
Let me ask you a question. Who was the last team outside the Kings? Because maybe that's the answer. Who was the last team that ripped it down, tore it down, and wasn't able to start it back up again.
Wasn't able to. Oh,
Minnesota's in there because they ripped it down when they traded KG. Portland has ripped it down a couple times, and they've been able to regroup. They survived
I was going to say Boston
and Martell Webster.
Yeah,
Martell Webster was like number 2 pick in the draft.
Boston ripped it down and got it going. Is Brooklyn just now getting it going?
Well, they got it going with Kenny Atkinson.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
So it usually, which is even more depressing around here, it usually takes like 3 to 5 years to get back.
Mm-hmm.
How it's taking somebody 15, I have no idea. The closest thing is Minnesota. Minnesota. We say it all the time. Boy, oh boy. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Butler getting them that first round exit.
Yep.
It's saved their asses a lot because they have been every bit as bad as the Kings, if not worse.
Yeah. Every bit as bad is perfectly fair. I'm not going to throw stones and call them worse, but they're definitely bad.
I only say worse because they've had 3 number 1 picks. Kings ain't had.
That's fair. Yeah, ain't had one, but we landed De'Aaron Fox at 5. Is he gearing up for his first All-Star season?
Ooh.
What sort of progress do we see from Tyrese Halliburton? We'll talk about that as we continue here on the Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, do that and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out the new Jack Swing featuring Teddy Riley, featuring the birthday boy, Keith Sweat, featuring all of the songs that Kenny Caraway, the birthday boy, sings in the ultimate collection of 90s R&B. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. More dealing with KC coming up here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
John, the Mavericks, I mean, they've gotten back into the playoffs. That's kind of what I'm talking about.
I'm going to run down real quick. It looks like he left that box outside. I'll be right back.
Okay. John, yeah, I'm talking about getting back into the playoffs. So they've done that. Detroit, they've done that. They've gotten back into the playoffs. Phoenix was pretty close. Phoenix took them 10 years. OKC got to the playoffs last year. They ripped it down and got to the playoffs, and now they're in a new rip down situation. Miami, yeah, it took them. I mean, even they were making the playoffs. They just after LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, it took them about 2 or 3 years to get back into the playoffs. Damn it, Jesse. And they got Tatum and Brown out of it and had Kyrie for a year. I remember the year they had Kyrie, that first like 50 games. Man, they were lit. Didn't they have like a crazy start to the season? Oof. Oof.
I appreciate my guy, the UPS guy. I think he left it and thought better of it and came back and got it. Because he left one of those little stickers on the door.
Nice job, brother. Where was it at? Jazz was in here talking about, and this is true. What did she say? Where is it at? Well, I might have been gone. But anyway, she says she's more of it. There she is. She's all about the X Games. And she is. Less Olympics, more X Games for her. Saw Coach Molly. What did Coach Molly say? Miss Mac 10 is a lick. Oh, yeah, taking a nap. Terrence, relax. Relax.
Wow.
He did quit on Boston. He did quit on Boston. Yeah, 1 foot out the door. Charlotte made the playoffs with Kemba? What y'all talking about? They made the playoffs like 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe it's a little more than that, but yeah, Kemba got him to the playoffs. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Peyton. I absolutely wouldn't do any of that. Them boys be so high up in the air. Jeez. Oh, I mean, this is good to know. I don't know where it came from, but
I saw that. Yeah. Well, that's I mean, $3 million a year for a dude who is worth. That's like in context. Yeah, in context, he's worth like $870 something million. In context, that's worth like so he pays $3 million a year for however many more years.
Like we could realistically go like sign a $3 million a year deal for like 5 years with something like with Pepsi or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can go get $3 million and not touch what he already has.
Yeah, not even close. Yeah, it's easy. Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website, over 10,000 home and auto-connected devices, and at betqlnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights from local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL Network, streaming now on the Odyssey app.
I heard about this. I haven't seen it. We probably should have this sound. Have you seen 209 David Garcia says, check out Marshawn and Sean Kemp trying to announce Seattle's hockey draft?
Hey, big dog, if I got your name wrong, just let me know. I did see Marshawn. I
thought of that cracks me up.
I saw Sean Kemp.
David, relax.
I saw Sean Kemp, but I didn't hear him say anything because I couldn't get past what I saw. And hey, it's cool. Hey, Sean Kemp doesn't play anymore. He's gained a little weight. That's not a big deal. Sean, you could be as big as you want to be. That's not the problem. But if you're going to a promotional event, can you get a shirt that fits the participants? Like, that shirt Sean Kemp had on yesterday was like, hey, what are y'all doing? Like, are you doing this on purpose? He had a medium shirt on. Like, will y'all give my man a proper shirt?
Oh,
that was the Kraken. Sean. God bless him.
Well, look, man.
Man's got kids to take care of.
A lot of people feel like this is the precursor to Seattle getting a basketball team. The Kraken coming in there.
Okay.
You think we would do good? I know that's a ridiculous question. Of course we would. I'm about to say, you think we do good here with a hockey team?
Oh, I think we do good with any other secondary sport or second pro sport.
They do good with a badminton team here.
I think anything would do good.
Yeah.
I think this town loves sports. It's just we have one. I'm looking at Jesse said they gave Sean Kemp Gary Payton's shirt, and that's what went wrong. That's how things went awry. Just give the brother a shirt that fits, man. Let him go out there and do his thing. Yeah,
I'm looking at it again. Come on, man.
No good. Just no good. They did Sean Kemp dirty. I don't know. I mean, he put it on.
I feel like
I don't know.
Sean wasn't tripping.
I don't know. You give me a shirt that small. Like, I'm small, but you give me some. I gotta put another shirt under it. That's a problem.
That's tough.
That was almost a tank top.
It wasn't meant to be a halter top, but it just seemed to like rise up as he put it on. Like, come on, man. Let's
man.
like Sean Kemp. So let's do better than this. Let's do better. Like, stop it. Rich speculating maybe they gave him a junior Kraken jersey. Maybe they did. Maybe they did.
Shout out to the Rain Man, though. Shout out to the Rain Man.
Absolutely.
As much as
that was a big spectacle yesterday.
Pretty big.
That expansion draft. That was a big spectacle.
They're getting a indoor sport back in Seattle.
Mm.
I always got my ear close to Seattle streets. I haven't talked to my people in a while, but I got it. You know what it is. Got my ear to their streets because they're my enemy and everything. So I got to know exactly what's going on.
They're not your enemy.
Yeah.
They're not. They just live in your head for no reason.
Nah,
dude, that was like 10 years ago. You have got to let that go.
No, they're my enemy for that and the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
So I just got to be on. I need to know what's going on with them. Yeah, go Sharks.
Okay. You can't even say Kraken no more. I don't know if anybody's been saying Kraken since. It's Kraken in here.
No, this is Kraken.
Yeah. Now you got to take it out of your vocabulary if you didn't do it 10 years ago when it probably should have.
It's popping. It's lit. Yeah. It's a movie.
It's a movie. That's the one. That's the D'Lo and Casey line. It's a movie. It's a movie for sure. And it's going to be a movie over the course of the next week or so as we head into the NBA draft and we head into NBA free agency.
I know you're trying this, but real quick, did I tell you about what they're calling it?
What they're calling the Kraken?
Yeah, like what they call the arena.
Oh, oh no! Please don't say they call it the.
They
don't call it the crack house, do they? They don't call it the crack house. Come on, man. That's terrible. That's terrible. Stars of the Wire going to be the first guys to drop the puck.
Avon Barksdale in the house.
Freeway Rick Ross going to be there. Like, what's up, crack house? Jeez, man.
Wood Harris. Shout out to Wood Harris. He going to be there.
Do you think the Lakers land a third star? Do you think they land a Chris Paul? Do you think they land a Russell Westbrook?
Well, that was part of my hot take. I think it'll be Chris Paul. I think that would be it, though. It has to be a signing. I don't think it can be a trade, just because they don't have enough assets.
So the Russell Westbrook thing that I dove into a little bit after the show was, as our man Mark Spears wrote about that, a sign and trade. That was Dennis Schroeder involved in there. So that
situation, yeah.
That would have to mean Washington is a willing participant in acquiring Dennis Schroeder, probably for a decent amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't imagine Washington have a great. Washington's going to be a team that you talk about, like trying to. We talked about teams that were stripped down. They haven't been completely stripped down yet because they obviously got Russell Westbrook in return for John Wall, which was an upgrade. You still have Bradley Beal. You were able to fight your way into the playoffs last year. I don't know what this year looks like. I don't even know if they go through with the season as the roster's constructed. Mm-hmm. At least meaning with those two guys. But if you're moving on from Brad and you're moving on from Russ, it's going to take a long time for that team to recover. Because I don't think they have the infrastructure to rebuild.
Yeah, no, they'd have to bottom out for one of these, a good draft pick for about 2 straight years, and hit in the draft, get their cap situation right, which they would have to, if they traded Russ, if they traded Bradley Beal, they'd have to, match contracts for something. So they're taking money on. They would have to hope those are 1-year deals or whatever the case may be. It would be such a big task. I would probably go the whole opposite way and just try to make it work as much as I can until Bradley Beal says he wants to leave, maybe in his last year or something like that. Maybe you can get 1-year deals or expiring deals back in return for him. Right now, it's just a mess. It's a mess.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Let's get to our man Murph. Murph dog.
What's up, big dog?
Hey, can you imagine Tyrone Biggins dropping the first touch?
Got any more of that NHL?
Hey, Sean Kemp though, man, because he might sit one out, right? He's had what, 12 pregnancies?
Come on, man. Come on,
man. Come on. Hey,
Murph.
Leave that man alone.
Kenny, happy birthday, man. 38. That's awesome.
Murph, dog, appreciate it.
Going off history, good thing you didn't work for the other company. You probably would have been let go today. Okay. Real question. Rashawn Holmes stuff.
The Murph hour.
Hey, Rashawn Holmes being linked to either Charlotte or Mavericks. Those are the two teams that seem to be popping right now with Shams reports. If it is true, which team do you think he fits best with? Aunt Luca. And what do you think? How much do you think he's going to get paid? And do you think they're going to match that?
But by the way, Murph doing his residency out there in Las Vegas.
He's going to be at Caesars for the rest of the month.
Appreciate you, Murph. I also love that he thinks all of Sean Kemp's kids were by a wife. Like a one per. Like he reeled off 12 kids with one woman.
As T Green said, Murph, an Apollo legend. Yes, you can see him at Apollo this Saturday.
Yes, indeed. So he mentioned Dallas and Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if money's not an object for Rashawn, if they're offering the same thing, I'd go to Dallas. Like you've got a chance to be more successful right now.
I mean, well, how's that looking with Porzingis though?
I don't think they want Porzingis.
Oh, well, they may not have a choice.
I think they're going to actively try to move Porzingis.
They can try.
I think if you want to move on from someone, you can. Every contract, ever since Joe Johnson was traded out of Atlanta, every contract is movable. Every single one. Kristaps Porzingis isn't trash. Maybe he's not what he was billed to be, but you could probably still move him. Someone's going to take a chance on him. Someone's going to look at the disarray, if you will, in Dallas. Someone's going to look like, Luka as a problem child. It's not Porzingis' fault. Someone's going to see that and say, no, he's still a talent with unique skill set that we could use here.
Hot take.
Oh, another one.
I know. The Johns, the Leezys, they're going to call me a hater.
Oh,
if I was Holmes, would I rather want to play with LaMelo or Luka? I already told you Luka don't pass.
Yeah, I think in that case you'd probably want to play with LaMelo. But do you think? I mean, for Rashawn, who spoke to Shams in something that was posted today, I'm gonna do what's best for me and my family.
Mm-hmm.
To me, and we've been saying that all along. Do what's best for you. Get that bag. But when you say things like I'm gonna do what's best for me and my family, that means I'm going where the money is.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So I guess to play with Murph's line there, if Charlotte and Dallas are offering the same exact money, where would you go play? LaMelo would probably be more fun, but would you win? Do you have a better shot at winning if you're in Dallas? And do the Kings match? No, because I think the number is probably pushing the $18 million mark.
Yeah. And so literally, technically, they could match. It would just like put them in a tax or something like that, or they just can't do it. So if they said 18 million, the Kings could get there, it would just put them in a tax, or to get to 18 million, they'd have to cut some salary.
They can't. They don't have the clear space to do it.
No. This is an interesting little something that came up though when I brought that up. Securing the Bagley says he would want to play with Luka. Leezy says he's a big LaMelo fan. I don't know who he wants to go with. He would play with LaMelo. Terrence says Luka got him in the pick and roll all day, like 99% of the time. How's that working out for Powell and Porzingis? Hell, I don't know. Luka's a great talent. And he's a point guard, so he gets his assists and things of that nature. I don't know. I think you're talking about who I'd rather want to go play with. I'd probably rather want to go play with LaMelo. That doesn't mean he's better than Luka. I'm just saying that if I'm playing a game, who gonna feed me and make sure I eat more? I think LaMelo would.
It's probably true. But let's not pretend like LaMelo can't score. Like that may be LaMelo. That might be LaMelo's step next year. I'm going to become more like Luka Doncic. We don't know. I feel like we know what Luka is. You know, the good and the bad. We know what Luka is. LaMelo was, I mean, first impression, as a pro, okay. But he's going to evolve. Like I think he's going to gain stronger. He's going to become better in certain categories, and he may take a more initiative to be a scorer next year.
He is, but this is his DNA. I talk about DNA all the time. LaMelo's always been a passer. Like he's always been a chucker too. Like he always shoots a lot too, but he's been a passer.
But with either one of these, LaMelo or Luka, Dallas or Charlotte, he's not option one. You know what I mean? Like Rashawn Holmes. Speaking of Rashawn Holmes he'll get enough touches to get his 14 to 16 points per game. He'll get enough touches to do that. And he'll get rebounds to add to those totals. He'll get offensive rebounds. He'll fight for loose balls. He'll do things like that. His points are always going to be there because he's not necessarily let's run this play for Rashawn.
Right.
So his points will always be there, whether it's Luka or LaMelo. For him, just go where the money is.
Shout out to him getting paid. For me personally, part of me, to be honest with you, and this is no shade to Rashawn Holmes, but man, Dallas want to tie up their cap space with Holmes and pray that somebody takes Porzingis and you let Tim Hardaway Jr. walk. That's
the other part of it.
Please go ahead and do that.
Yeah, that's the other part of it.
I ain't tripping. As somebody that wants them to lose or wants them to fall back to the pack, so my team, please tie up all that money into those guys. I'm okay with that.
Oh, dear. We've got to talk about some NFL stuff here today. I just caught this tweet from DeAndre Hopkins. We'll provide some more context here in a minute. DeAndre Hopkins tweeted, "Never thought I would say this, but being put in a position to hurt my team because I don't want to partake in the vaccine, it's making me question my future in the NFL."
Oh, my.
That feels like an emotional tweet from DeAndre Hopkins. There was a rather, I won't call it stunning. It was a pretty strong memo issued by the NFL as it pertains to vaccines, COVID, unvaccinated players, cancellations, revenue. There was a lot covered in this 10-page memo that we'll go over here throughout the day, and we'll loop you into that. We'll loop you into everything that's happening here because there's severe punishments for teams who a potential outbreak within their organization. There's huge punishments for them if it causes a cancellation of the game. And we're not talking about fines. We're talking about massive, massive revenue penalties. We're talking about forfeitures. This isn't 2020. This isn't what they did last year. This isn't just get through it. If there's an outbreak, Baltimore, I think, was an example last year. Tennessee, maybe. There were a couple of teams.
Did Tennessee do wrong, or were they playing it? I think Tennessee was the one wilding out. Yeah, I think they were.
There were a couple of teams last year that had some pretty. Every game was played, as every NFL insider simultaneously tweeted. Every NFL reporter simultaneously tweeted on the final day of the regular season, but games were moved by like 6 days. That's not happening this time. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. It's the birthday boy, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Damon Barling, D-Lo and KC here on Twitch and YouTube, here on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. Deuce and Mo set to join us in about 40 minutes. We'll dive into this NFL story coming up as the show rolls along here. Plus, Tom Brady. His pettiness is rather refreshing. I'm enjoying this new petty version of Tom Brady. You'll hear his latest fireside comments with Jim Gray. I don't understand the relationship with Tom Brady and Jim Gray. Maybe I do, because Jim Gray's like the worst. And
the worst how?
I don't like him. That's how.
Like, do you have
ethically? I don't. I have like questions about him. I don't think he's good. I'm
asking. I'm trying to understand, because I kind of feel the opposite about Jim Gray. I'm not passionate about like my defense of Jim Gray, but I think he's cool.
No, I don't enjoy him at all.
But
he's got a rapport with Brady, and he's the only person I know who gets regular access to Tom Brady. And they did an interesting fireside chat in which the I'm all for this petty Tom Brady. I like it. You'll hear what he had to say and who he compared himself to. And man, that MFer thing they're going to be NFL detectives that you thought Deflategate was big. Getting to the bottom of whoever Tom Brady was talking about on the shop, that's going to be a bigger story than Deflategate, Spygate, and 7 Super Bowl trophies.
Do you ever feel like they want Tom Brady to be bigger than what he really is? What I mean by that is, obviously he's big. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. But you're not really that interested in him. You're not really like, so what I mean by this is LeBron James is big. He's a megastar. Michael Jordan really is a megastar.
Mm-hmm.
If I saw Mike, and I'm from a different era, you know what I mean? If I saw Mike, I'd be like, yo, that's Mike. If maybe not Jesse specifically, but people Jesse's age, LeBron walked into a game, yo, it's Bron. Bron is just crazy. I feel like the NFL and the people who cover the NFL want people to have that feeling about Tom Brady. And I don't think if Tom Brady was anywhere around, like if he walked into a basketball game that I was at, I'd be like, Tom Brady's here. They'd be like, oh, okay, right. Tom's here. But they want him to be like, yo, Tom's here. Like, he's not that interesting.
Well, no, he's not. And I think I think that's an interesting conversation as to like why, like, is Tom Brady genuinely not interesting, or is that part of the Patriot way that he lived for so many years? Because there's been over the last, year and some change now, or since he left New England and joined Tampa Bay, there's been questions like, is it the Patriot way, or was it the Tom Brady way, or was it the Bill Belichick way? And I think now we're starting to see that the Patriot way is actually the Bill Belichick way, and it really didn't have anything to do with Tom Brady, and he just kind of fell in line. I feel like he's been more open. I don't know that Tom Brady, the Patriot quarterback, would have ever appeared on the shop.
Probably not. Rob W says Tom Brady is the human version of watching paint dry.
But
even all this stuff that he's doing now,
is he like is he really boring, or is that just part of like what he's been a part of for the last decade and a half? And I genuinely don't know, because when we posted we had a conversation about athletes that could be in the Space Jam role, like athletes like could have a vehicle like LeBron had with a movie, and we determined there's probably none. Like, it's LeBron, it's probably no one else. Someone replied in the tweet thread, Tom Brady. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. Tom Brady couldn't sell a movie? Absolutely not. There's no way Tom Brady could sell a movie. So in that aspect, no, he isn't interesting. And I do agree with what you're saying, that the NFL wants him to be. He's also not relatable. Like, if LeBron walked in, he's probably got, sweats around his calves, a hoodie around his waist. He's got, a Nike shirt on, shoes that you want. Like, maybe he has on jewelry or something that we can't afford, but he walks in and you kind of feel like he's relatable.
He looks cool.
He's really big, right? He's just a dude you could approach. Tom Brady walks in. I wouldn't get within 5 feet of Tom Brady. I feel like there's Secret Service. There's a sniper somewhere who's going to take me out if I get anywhere near Tom Brady. Like, I don't feel like Tom Brady is approachable. LeBron is approachable. I don't think Michael Jordan's approachable, but LeBron is. But Tom Brady's not.
Mike's got a And once again, I grew up with Mike, so maybe this is why I feel this way about him. But he's got a true natural air, a whole aura. It's like, yo, this is Mike. And Brady may have that for somebody, like I said, somebody's Jesse's age. Maybe Brady has that. Like, yo, that's Tom Brady. I just don't feel like he does.
If
maybe it comes down to there's nothing cool about Tom Brady.
No, there's not.
He wins, he's great, but he's not cool. The best thing, the coolest thing he ever did was throw the Super Bowl off the boat.
Yeah. So again, like maybe he has a little more personality than we've given him credit for. He just hasn't shown it until now. Maybe he's just now starting to show it. Maybe he's entering the Michael Jordan phase of his career where we're finally going to see who he is as a person.
Well,
we didn't know who Jordan was until the Hall of Fame rolled around. And it was like, oh, look at Jordan's a jerk.
But I'll say this about Tom. There was some Patriot way, but there was also him just being weird, like by himself. Like he did his whole little he did a lot by himself. You know what I'm saying? Like when it was Patriot time, during the season, yeah, he was pretty tight-lipped. But in the offseason, he'd have his little documentaries. He'd have his little TB12 stuff. He had his own little ventures, and they were all not cool and weird.
I don't think they were weird. They were just boring.
What did he say? He eats spinach like ice cream or something?
No, it's avocados.
As
avocados. Yeah, that's not weird.
It's bizarre.
Oh, it's not.
Why would you eat avocados like ice cream?
Because you can sweeten up avocados easily.
It's bizarre, easy. Damien.
No, it's not. No, now you're just being closed-minded. DeAndre Hopkins is no longer questioning his NFL career. He deleted that tweet already.
Oh.
I did want to talk about De'Aaron Fox. I'd still like to. I'd still like to talk about Tyrese Halliburton as well. This show is all over the place. I'll do my best to keep it on track, but it's Kenny's birthday, so he's kind of in charge here. As D'Lo and Casey continue crazy. On Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Crack house.
I will say this. I may be the wrong person to ask about avocado ice cream because I don't like avocados in general. So
and that's just
I'm the only person in my house that doesn't like avocados.
That's insanity.
Hold on 1 second.
You can literally do anything with avocados. And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't an avocado a fruit? I think avocado's a fruit, and you can easily make it. Like a lot of people put, like I use frozen bananas to thicken up my smoothies. A lot of people use avocados, like not a whole one, but like a quarter one or a half of one to thicken up because you add a little maple syrup to it. It's put it in the blender, man. It works perfect. Avocado cake for Kenny. Here it is. What's up, Black Bottles? I didn't even say hi. I just put the screen on. I think what? I think some of it has a seed, but it would. Yeah, he's crazy, man. That's crazy talk. That's what. Wait, what? So anything with the seed is a fruit? Is that how it works? Avocado is definitely a fruit. That's what I thought. But right, that's wild talk. Yeah, let's get them likes up, please, 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 baby, 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 please, please, baby, baby, please, baby, baby, please, baby, baby, please. If it's got a seed, it's got a fruit. Or if it's a fruit, if it's got a seed. Okay. So vegetables just like grow from plants and not through seeds? I don't understand. How did we get there? Who made that determination? Wait, is this real? Cucumbers are fruits too? Now I knew tomatoes were fruits.
Wow, I didn't know cucumbers were fruits.
I didn't either. Tomato a fruit too. No, yeah, okay. I no, tomatoes a fruit. I knew that. I didn't know about cucumbers.
What's your favorite fruit, Damien?
Not cucumbers. My favorite fruit, probably blueberries. Like I eat blueberries every single day.
So this is just a bad job by me. I like blueberry waffles and all this other stuff, but I don't like blueberries.
Not fruit.
I don't like blueberries. But my favorite fruit is either strawberries or pineapples.
I like pineapple too. I like a lot of fruit though. I like strawberries. I like pineapples.
But what I've come to find out is I may be allergic to fruit because if I eat too much, my tongue starts to itch.
I believe we had a show title called.
We talked about this.
We have. We've talked about your. I don't even think it was that early. No, it wasn't. I don't even think it was that long ago. But we definitely talked about
I take it. I'm like, man, let me just eat these pineapples as fast as I can before my tongue starts to itch. What?
Pineapples are weird? Oh, that's crazy.
You guys like cantaloupe?
Pineapples are amazing.
You guys like cantaloupe? I'm not a cantaloupe guy.
It's cool. Like once in a while. That's not accurate. No. This show has a very Friday vibe to it. Like it is just there's full on arguments taking place in the chat, which is no surprise. But now it's about fruit. What's
the
a
NBA
fruit?
season is over, Damien.
And now we're arguing like cucumbers are a fruit, and I don't know what to do with this information.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's crazy.
I had no idea.
That's crazy, but that's crazy.
No, that's crazy. Like you talk about avocado being a fruit, like yeah, some people did. Tomatoes are a fruit.
Here? Avocado's a fruit.
Avocado is a fruit. Well, we got here because you were slandering Tom Brady and avocado ice cream.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
No, it's not.
I mean, he's strange though.
He's not strange. Just because he eats healthy doesn't mean he's strange.
No. I got to really dive down, but he has some bizarre tactics.
Okay. You'll hear
some people would say I'm strange. It's okay. Strange is cool.
Well, you don't like avocado, so everybody thinks that you're strange. Everyone very much thinks that you're strange. Here's what Tom Brady said to Jim Gray in their little fireside chat.
There's private things for me that are going to remain, motivational for me. So they know who they are. I mean, that the teams.
You think they know?
Yeah, the teams know who we're probably interested in. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I mean, everyone's got a choice to choose. I think what you realize is that there's not as many smart people as you think. It's just a reality. I think it'd be a no-brainer if you said, hey, you got a chance to get Wayne Gretzky on your team, or you get a chance to have Michael Jordan on your team. Oh, we don't need him. No thanks. We're good. In my mind, I'm kind of thinking, okay, well, let me go show those teams what they're missing. And at the same time, let me go prove to the team that did bet on me and the team that really showed that they really wanted me and committed to me that I'm not going to let them down.
So 6 Super Bowls, now 7 Super Bowls later, he uses one team's alleged slight as motivation to go out there and prove them wrong on a day-to-day basis. But that's and did you catch the comparisons to Wayne Gretzky and Michael Jordan?
For sure.
I mean, it's not inaccurate. It's just not something we're used to hearing Tom Brady say.
And it's Tom Brady. You can't say nothing, man, because he won. He won.
That's right.
You can't say nothing because I want to say something, but you can't say nothing. 7
times he won. If he wants to compare himself to Tom Brady and Wayne Gretzky, or if he wants to compare himself to Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, then he can.
I'm even talking about this year. Can't say nothing because he won.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about how he played maybe one of the weakest playoff teams in history in the Redskins. I want to talk about how he threw 3 picks in the NFC Championship game, and Aaron Rodgers just wasn't good enough to capitalize on it. But I can't. So
but you'll still bring it up.
I'm just saying you can't. I can bring all that up, but at the end of the day, he won. He won, and it's like, damn, you really acted like you was just like that dude last year. They were 7-5 at one point.
He's got 7 Super Bowls, and you're trying to find a way to diminish him.
No, I'm not. But he's acting like it's crazy that coming off the season that he had before New England, that people were like, nah, I don't think we want to do that. I don't like it's
and he made them and whether it's the 49ers, and I don't believe that it is, or it's any of the other teams, he made them all look stupid. He made every single person look stupid for feeling that way.
He won. That's do you going back to that time, going back to last August or whatever, do you agree with him that it's crazy that a good number of teams are like, nah, I don't think we'll do that?
Yeah, I think that's crazy.
So every team in the league outside of Russell Wilson and Patrick Mahomes should have been like, yeah, we'll take Tom Brady.
No, not every team, but there are like obviously the Chiefs. No, the Ravens.
That's what I said. Like the Russell Wilson and the Chiefs. That's it.
No, the Saints are in there too. Like you're not going to replace Tom Brady with Drew Brees. Like but when you have like Mitchell Trubisky, Jimmy Garoppolo, yeah, like you do it. Like there's a whole bunch of other teams that you could do that for. Where think about how many teams on a year-to-year basis sign Ryan Fitzpatrick, thinking he's going to get them a handful of victories. Ryan Fitzpatrick is brought in because, hey, we believe this guy can either be he can help us with our next quarterback and win us games in the process. Hell, I think Washington has brought him in to be their actual quarterback. There are people picking Washington to win the NFC because of Ryan freaking Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So yes, absolutely. 2/3 of the team, at least 2/3 of the team in the NFL, teams in the NFL should have dropped what they were doing and signed Tom Brady.
That's
including
crazy.
San Francisco.
San Francisco, I mean, I don't necessarily feel that way about the Niners. I wouldn't have been mad if they did. Like it's not just no, I'm not doing that. But I mean, they're coming off a Super Bowl season with the quarterback
appearance, Super Bowl appearance,
Super Bowl whatever. They got to the Super Bowl with that quarterback. So it's almost like
the whole season was spent talking about what like them getting there in spite of their quarterback. Whether you think that conversation is unfair, that conversation happened virtually the entire season.
Yeah, but I mean, for those who were paying attention, it was definitely not in spite of their quarterback.
Well, given the fact that they're replacing their quarterback, I think the 49ers disagree.
Well, they're replacing him because he can't stay healthy, not because he can't play.
So you're telling me they wouldn't roll the dice on him if he had gotten hurt last year? They wouldn't roll the dice on him if they felt he was the reason they got to the Super Bowl. They wouldn't roll the dice on keeping him here just because. What are we really talking about? 2 injuries? Last season and his
last season,
first full season,
the ACL, the shoulder. I mean, that's like 3 of the 5 seasons that he played. He's
one of them wasn't here though.
He's only been healthy once for a whole season. When he got to San Francisco, he played like the last 5 or 6 games.
Well, he had at least one of those injuries before you signed him. So what'd you sign him for?
Well, because it was his first injury. So it's like, oh, okay, like you don't just discount somebody because of their first injury. So like, oh, he had a shoulder. Maybe that's not a big deal. You sign him. He plays 5 games, looks good, comes back next year, tears his ACL. Damn, that sucks. Plays his whole year. This is the guy that we thought we were getting. We knew he was pretty good.
I don't think that's what happened that year.
You can't play. Well,
that's not what happened that year.
Here's the crux of it all. He was a top 10 quarterback that year, numbers wise, and he almost threw for 4,000 yards.
He was a top 10 quarterback that year they went to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, absolutely. And he almost threw for 4,000 yards that year, or he threw for 4,000 yards, and they had like 4 games in the fourth quarter where they didn't pass the ball because they were up by like 30.
And they're still moving on from him.
Because he can't stay healthy. If Jimmy was an Iron Man, they wouldn't be moving on from him. I'm confident in saying that.
Okay. Okay. Your confidence is all that matters to me today because it's your birthday. But I think you're very, very, very wrong in that.
I'll say this though, like Tom Brady being upset about that, it's almost like a Devin Booker situation where there's things that I don't like about Devin Booker that irritate the hell out of me, but there are characteristics of him that I dig, right? Like I like that. I like that. That matches up with how I would go about things. And him using that, whether it's overboard or not, I like that. I love it, actually. The thing that I love about Tom Brady too is he's done it a couple different times with somebody that would talk crazy during the week and he would pick them out, score on them, run down, get in their face, talk crazy. I love that. I love that. Those are the things that I love about Tom Brady. He did that in the Super Bowl, didn't he? Didn't he go after Honey Badger?
He did. Yeah. Well, I think Honey Badger went after him, but Tom went right. Like, okay, I ain't gonna walk away from this.
Yeah, I love that about Tom.
We'll see how they follow this up with. It's repeating in the NFL is tough. They're not going to catch anybody by surprise. I don't know what they did last year. Tampa Bay was a team that people liked a lot headed into the year. Anyways, Tampa Bay was a team people liked a lot the year before. And Bruce Arians pointed this out. I didn't believe it in the moment that he said it, but again, when you win, you prove everybody wrong. It's like we would have been to the playoffs. We would have been significantly better if we didn't turn the ball over 30 times. You just cut those 30. You cut those 30 and not even turning the ball over 30 times. We just threw 30 interceptions. You cut that number in half. We're well into the playoffs. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, Bruce, whatever. And well, he was right. They had the defense to do it. They had the squad to do it. They added a few pieces along the way, whether the pieces were old or, whatever. They were certainly valuable come that final game of the season. So we'll talk more about the NFL with training camp getting underway for the Dallas Cowboys and for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ben Roethlisberger shows up in shape, got everybody's attention. Jerry Jones crying at press conferences. Apparently everybody forgot, like you're watching this big Academy Award winning performance. Oh, look at Jerry. He's so emotional. Like, yeah. You do realize he knows the cameras are on him and not the regular cameras, the HBO cameras. I guarantee you they got 25 minutes out of the little crocodile tears that he shed talking about how badly he wants to win a Super Bowl. And I'm not questioning his desire to win a Super Bowl. Man is 78 years old. I don't know how many more years he's got in front of him, but he wants to get another one before he passes away. He's talking all lovey-dovey about Jimmy Johnson because finally, after 20 some odd years, he's realizing, damn, I got rid of the guy who's responsible for my only success as an NFL general manager and owner in this league. So we'll get more into the NFL. Giants beat the Dodgers yesterday. 4-2. Trailed 2-1 entering the ninth inning. You said it was tit for tat. Well, there you go.
I said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, as Bam Bam Bigelow told LT one time. Will Smith walked off on the Giants the day before. And we didn't get a chance to get to it because the NBA Finals finished. But I was really ready to get on this show, get on these airwaves, and ask the question, was I wrong? Do we now have a new worst loss of the season? Because that one was tough.
When you went over that in your head, what did we decide?
I didn't,
because remember, for those who weren't with us, the first game of the year, game 1, was ruled the worst loss of the season by the San Francisco Giants.
I said there will not be a worse loss in 2021 than the one they suffered on opening day. And it's hard to say now because they won yesterday. So that kind of changed how I felt. But Tuesday night's loss, that one had the feeling of, this could change everything for the season. This could change everything. You had an opportunity to go up 3 games and all of a sudden you get a walk-off, and now you're staring at being up one game and you got 2 more games to play. You could be out of first place by the time you're in the series. It had that feeling. Obviously, I know what happened now, so it's kind of clouded how I feel, but I'm going to still stick with the Seattle loss. I mean, I think they were up 6-1 in that game, and they lost the lead, came back, took the lead in extra innings, and then lost the game on walks to end the game. Like, you gave up
That
2.
was special.
You gave up 2 to lose on walks. Not one hit was made.
That was definitely special.
So that was insane. But to get back last night with Wilmer Flores, the big 2-run bomb off of Kenley Jansen. Kenley Jansen booed off the mound at Dodger Stadium last night. Whew, that feels good. And like I talked about on Monday, I had my proclamation. I said the Giants will leave this series in first place still. They locked it up. They cinched it with that win last night. And now it's time to get greedy. You can get out of Dodger Stadium gaining a couple games here of 3 games going into the weekend and taking 3 or 4 against the Dodgers. That's what I'm looking for tonight. Get greedy. Get grimy.
Giants, first team in Major League Baseball to reach 60 wins this season. You just laid out the scenario beautifully about them being up 2-1 entering the 9th inning. They were 0-25 this season when trailing entering the 9th inning prior to that game. Man. The Dodgers, that's their 6th loss this season when leading in the 9th inning or later. Only Miami has more such losses, and they're at 7. You mentioned Jensen being booed. He's now blown back-to-back save opportunities. So after what happened in their last series, I'm with you. Get greedy here, but this is even if you're split 2-2, this is a good showing in the way that they've won games. Of course, I understand you want to get the 3rd one,
right?
But this is a good showing from the Giants, especially after the frustrations of the first 2 series these teams have had.
It's a win. You split here. You got them again in the to start the week next week. Got a 3-game series at Candlesticks. How old am I? At Oracle. And if you could take 2 out of 3 there after splitting 4 with them, man, that's a nice way to have a 7-game stretch against your closest rival. And then you got the Pirates mixed in between there. Maybe you can do something over the weekend. That's a big win last night. That was a big win last night, especially too, because it was a typical Giants against a playoff type team game this year. I think they had two hits going into the 9th inning. 1 run, 2 hits. And it was just like, yo, we can't hit again when the pitching is doing their job. But Wilmer Flores, Buster Posey starting it off with that single to start it off in the 9th inning was huge. And then Wilmer Flores took advantage of it. And Redacted, it's shout out. He says Tyler Rogers with the save too. When they said he was coming in out of the bullpen, I said, oh boy, here we go. I'm not a Tyler Rogers guy, especially as a closer. Guy throws junk up there. He's not a bad pitcher, but he just doesn't make me feel comfortable. How about that?
Well, that's all right. All we want is your comfort. It's your birthday. Let's get to Ramsey here. 916-349-1320, our resident baseball expert. Ramsey, what's good, baby?
What's up, gentlemen? Happy birthday, KC.
Appreciate you, Ramsey.
Yep. And you mentioned it. The most important sequence in the entire game was Gabe Kapler making the move to have Posey pinch hit, not second or third, but in the leadoff spot to jump on Jansen and take it back to start the inning.
Yeah. And Randy, what do you think about this? I feel like I didn't know if this is too much on Posey, who's a little later in his career, but it seems like he completely changes that Giants line. It gives some kind of force, some kind of pop that they don't have when he's not in line.
It's something. I can't explain what it is. I mean, the man's batting, I think he's batting like 310 or 320 this season. It's become contagious. I mean, as we all know, they lead the major leagues in home runs, which to me, I never
That's
thought.
crazy. That's insane.
But they do, and they found ways to get hits, but the issue that had been pointed out, I don't know, on the TV, I was more so listening to radio last night. But the Giants they're 3-5 in their last 8 games against the left-handed starting pitchers. So that's where they're still issues.
Yeah.
They found a way to get Kenley Jansen last night, which I tip my hat. Go get greedy tonight and try to get 3 out of 4 because the next home team is going to be difficult. You got not this. I mean, they got the Pirates, you got the Dodgers, but don't forget next week, and they got Houston coming in as well.
Yeah. Well, the Dodgers, I think they play Houston as well. So we got John Blaze, as they once said on No Way Out. I got John Blaze.
We appreciate your insight as always, Ramsey. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. You could jump in on the chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you can listen on the Odyssey app with the Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. And you can find your summer soundtrack for birthdays, barbecues, road trips, working out, or just hanging out poolside. Check out the Beatbox channel with LL Cool J, Grandmaster Flash, and Salt and Pepper. You'll find your favorite artists on Odyssey too, on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Deuce and Mo set to join us in just the shade under 10 minutes right now. They had Brandon Nunez on the Deuce and Mo podcast today talking about the draft. The Heartbreak Kid, indeed. And he's got the Franz wagon loading up, trying to get Kings fans on board. Franz Wagner is mocking out in a lot of different drafts as the pick at number 9 for the Kings. Got to put some butts in the seats, Tony Schiavone would say.
Gotta put some butts in the seat. Yeah.
Everything we've read about this young man, everything that we've seen in terms of highlights, is he's a good, solid player. He's a good rotational player, and I'll tell you this also, because I know you're frustrated with this pick, and I understand you're frustrated with the idea of this pick, and I'd like to remind you of the great Mac Jones saga of 2021. Maybe don't get too worked up about it yet.
Oh,
Maybe.
no, I'm not worked up.
Okay,
because there ain't no way Monty McNair is taking Franz Wagner and keeping him with the 9th pick. I'd have to see Franz playing at the California Classic to believe that. They could draft him and go the whole night without announcing a trade, and I still wouldn't believe it until I see him at the California Classic. He ain't drafting Franz Wagner and keeping him on the roster.
What if, hypothetically, Franz is selected and kept, but there's a move made later? Doesn't involve him. He's still the draft pick, but a move is made later. I don't want to do a Dame or just a move that you really like, and I don't know what it is, but a move that gets that guy with De'Aaron and Tyrese, I like it. Something that involves Buddy, something that involves Bagley, whatever it may be. Does that soften how you feel about Franz?
I mean, sure, because they have a better roster around in that situation. And Franz, let me be perfectly clear, because I saw Shada Man talk about
get you a shirt made
Nick
that says,
Staskis
"Let me be perfectly clear."
Nick Staskis 2.0. As much as I believed in Nick coming out, we all know he wasn't an NBA player once he got here. I don't think that's Franz, right? I think he's going to be in the NBA. There's a place for him out here. He can play. He's not a scrub by any means. I can't conceive the notion of the Kings taking him at 9 and just saying, this is what we're doing at the 9th pick. That's kind of crazy. But if they kept him and they had a better team around him, sure, because he's not great at anything, but he knows how to play the game. He has great basketball IQ. He has great timing, anticipation skills on the defensive end, all that. Like there's things that he does really well. He doesn't do anything great. I would be able to say he doesn't do anything good. He's like above average at best across the board. And that's okay. That doesn't mean you're a bad player or you're a scrub, but that does mean I don't think I can take you at 9. Can't do that.
What if Moody's gone? Like who's your ideal selection if Moses Moody is gone? Because I know that's your guy.
For me, it goes between Kai Jones and Jalen Johnson at that point.
So and leaning
towards Kai Jones.
Okay. Jalen Jones still being Jalen Johnson still being the swing.
He's a swing.
That's a ball that's low, but if you hit it, man, if you hit it, that ball's going 500 yards.
Yeah,
out of the park.
yeah. Some of the things I see on Jalen is tantalizing.
You know, the last time you were tantalized by a play, it didn't go well.
Well, I mean, that don't mean he's not tantalizing still. It just means
pointing out the last you got all it.
His mind is somewhere else. It's not where it should be, or where we would hope it would be. Maybe it's where it should be in his mind.
His mind is in a halfway decent place.
No. It's good, George.
Thank you. It slowly got there, but it got there. I had mentioned.
Have they had any episodes since then? I haven't checked it out.
It's not on my subscription list. I listened to the first one because it was sent to us, and I was curious, and I saw the clips from Brendan and wanted to hear it, and so it's not in my rotation of podcasts. No, it's not. But Deuce and Mo are, and they're going to join us coming up here in a few minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball with them. We'll talk De'Aaron, Tyrese. We could talk about Marvin, and we'll talk NBA as well. Who's the big shoe that needs to drop? What do they think about the Lakers? What do they think about the big names? What did they think about Dame Lillard? What if the Kings come up empty? Have we had that conversation? What if they swing at 3 pitches? Aren't they out?
Yeah, like Bugs Bunny. 1, 2, 3, you're out. You remember that Bugs Bunny cartoon?
We'll discuss with Deuce and Mo next on Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Terrence, you're right. Jalen Johnson does have a lot of Ben Simmons in him. He does. I think he's a better scorer, but he has a lot of Ben Simmons in him. But the other thing about that, Terrence, is Jalen Johnson isn't making $30 to $40 million a year. If Ben Simmons came to Sacramento on a rookie deal, sure, I'd take a swing at him. He's not.
Y'all are still in here talking about fruit. Oh, man.
The McQueen had me hype, man, when Black Bottles brought this to me, man.
That's dope. I don't have one.
The McQueen. The McQueen.
No, that's okay. I'm kidding. I got some hats over here to my. I got the Black Bottle Boys hats.
Oh, what? Stop playing with them, though.
I'll bring it for you. You know I don't wear hats. I'll bring it over for you.
That one go hard with the Bel Air on. Ooh.
I'll bring them both to you. These are more
David,
your
for the people real quick. Put that on, man.
No.
Put that on.
No.
Come on, for the people.
No, I ain't putting that
I bet
on.
Damien looks perfectly fine in hats and pants that go past his ankles. And black shoes. I bet he looks perfectly
I don't look good
fine.
in black shoes. I had on that black shirt yesterday, and like I wanted to change in the middle of the show because I was like, it's too harsh. It don't even look right. That's why I wore white today.
Didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. That's what I'm saying.
Direction.
Didn't even notice.
Yeah, nah, this will do some damage to my. But besides, I'm gonna give this hat to you. I don't want to put it on and ruin it. I'll bring that for you.
I appreciate it.
Got the Bel Air on the side.
Ricky Rose. He took a picture with Lil' Kim last night. 2 goats.
Rick Ross. I mean, the shirt was dope. Like, yeah, I appreciate it. That's a dope one's creation. That's for sure. Yeah, I can't, man. I'm telling you, like my hair is work. My hair is work. I got them Tracy Ellis Ross products in my hair. Like that's for real. I put that pattern in my hair every day. Every day. What's up, guys?
What's up? How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
We're good, man. We are good.
Yeah?
Non-stop today. It's been busy, but good.
Yeah, but
That's good stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing my favorite
Are
sweatshirt.
you a USC fan?
And
no, my
Your
brother.
20-pound glasses that Deuce ripped off your face.
My What was that? What was that?
It was a dad joke. I'll admit it was a dad
was
joke.
a major dad joke.
But it was a good dad joke too.
No.
I mean, you were talking about how heavy they were. I grabbed it and pretended like they were heavy. Yeah, that was a good bit.
No, it looked like a solid yank. It was like, oh my God, what is happening?
Like it was ripped off my, and then I don't know if you heard me. I was threatening him later on because he wanted to like
Super
do
kick.
some wrestling move, and I was like, I'll punch you, dude.
Wait a
No.
minute. He was gonna do a super kick.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said, do you want to get punched again? I already did that on D-Lo and Casey.
Oh man.
Yeah, you did punch the hell out of him in that show.
You did.
You know, I
You
did,
did.
but did it hurt?
I honestly, it probably did, but just based on my physique, it wasn't that big of a deal.
They had to do like
The beacon.
like Michael B. Jordan. Do you see that behind the scenes where he like really took a punch?
Hang on. Oh. Joined by Deuce and Mo, the Deuce and Mo podcast conversation already in progress over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you tune in there. Of course, if you're listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM, we welcome you and we welcome Deuce and Mo to the podcast here as the NBA offseason officially gets underway. We know you had Brandon Nunez on the show today, and he's been writing about Franz Wagner, and the Franz wagon is starting to fill up with Kings Herald writers, as Bryant West was texting about him. And where are you guys on the Franz wagon here? Do you got a place? Are you on board for this at number 9?
I'm not gonna say I'm on the Franz wagon. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Mo?
No, I
mean, like you go 6'9", 7 foot 1 wingspan. I'm just, there's stuff you like. I just think I like Moody better at this point. And Franz has some things I like. I like that he plays with some passion and some edge. He could defend some multiple positions, they say. But when I watched him, nothing like popped to me. I think he could be a solid player.
I'm just on the fence with everyone. And I don't really care when I say that. And if anyone doesn't like that, I don't have an official opinion on anyone. And it's not because I'm scared to have an opinion on anyone. It's like where the Kings are picking and the guys that keep getting thrown there, I just don't know. And I think my expectations started getting too high. I started being like, oh, it's going to be playoffs or bust next year. When
That's a good voice.
Shut up, Morgan. Thank you. And I'm going to tell myself, shut up, Morgan. Stop having these expectations all of a sudden. I need to lower them again. And yes, I know I was on here like last week talking about, hey, it is playoffs or bust. But no, I'm back to patience.
Oh,
No.
wow.
No.
What a
We don't
heel
want-
turn.
We don't want that, Mo. No, we don't want that, Mo. It does need to be playoff for buzz. What y'all talking about? If playoffs aren't happening, somebody need to go.
Look,
heel turn.
you gotta. It's De'Aaron's 5th year. You gotta push for the playoffs. But I think the larger point is, is the person you get at 9 going to help you get to the playoffs? Is that person going to be a contributor? Because we did get spoiled a little bit with Tyrese Halliburton, right? Like most rookies aren't just going to come in, especially when you take them like 12, like Sacramento did last year, are not going to come in year 1 and be like, hey, this is like one of the best guys on the team. Where Tyrese, I think it's safe to say, is he the second best player on the team? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think so. Yeah.
and if you're not willing to say that, you like Barnes better. Okay, whatever. He's one of your top 3 guys. I'm not sure you can count on that this season with who you draft at 9. Like, I think Moody can be a good player. Is he willing? Is he ready to step in and play 30 minutes a night in the NBA? I don't know.
And you guys, just really quick too, think about what the expectations for Kings fans are going to be, not only because they're like, it can't be 16 years, but because we got blessed with Tyrese Halliburton last year with the lowest of low expectations at 12. Everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, can't they just get lucky again at 9 and someone's going to come in and be like a Tyrese Halliburton? I'm like, no, that's not going to happen every year. And the track record of the Sacramento Kings isn't that good. So just hope that Monty McNair has it right.
Let's see. And that's where I'm not putting the two together. And I don't think you guys are either. I'm not saying we need to make the playoffs, therefore this draft pick needs to help us make the playoffs. I'm fully expecting, especially with a lot of these 19-year-old, these young guys in here, it's not going to be Tyrese Halliburton, like you said. He's not going to come in and play major minutes, closeout games, things of that nature. It's going to be a project. So when I look at 9, and I look at Franz Wagner, Michigan guy, I watched him. I love him. I think he's a good solid ball player. I think he's an NBA player. He's going to be in the NBA. But at 9, I'm trying to swing for the fences, and I'm going for a guy that has the potential, even if that potential is a 5% chance, a 7% chance, a 3% chance of possibly having a superstar career. And that to me is Moses Moody, Jalen Johnson, and Kai Jones.
You feel like Moses Moody's a swing though? Like I don't feel like that's a swing for the fences pick. I actually kind of think that's almost like a safe pick. It's like, yeah, he's gonna be a good player in the league. He'll be solid.
I think it's relatively safe, but he has a chance. He has a percentage chance of being more than that. Like I said, I got a guy that I talked to that's in the NBA that's real close. He told me weeks ago, he's like, yo, Moses Moody, I'm seeing like Bradley Beal, like for real Bradley Beal with him. And I listen to that, but I talk about Franz, and I know this is harsh. This is probably disrespectful. I'm not trying to disrespect the young man because I like him. He's an NBA.
It's your birthday.
player.
You're allowed to disrespect people.
He's got a 0% chance of being a superstar. He ain't gonna be no superstar in this league. So why are we taking him at 9? If you take him at 16, maybe 9. Franz Wagner.
Well, it sounds like some of the reporting that he's got a promise from a team in the top 10. So I don't know. I don't know.
I found one that said it was the Kings. That was Michigan _guy or something like that.
He was the first one to say there was a promise, right?
Yeah, he was. Yep,
So,
he was the one who said it.
And I know like there was that, athletic piece by Sam Vecini was talking about, well, a source tells me the Kings are interested in like a defensive wing or forward. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, do you need a source to tell you that? Like, I mean, breaking news. Yes, the Kings need
great research
some
there.
wing help, and they also need some defense on this roster. So, yeah, I just based on what I've seen, and again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not acting like I'm Mr. Draft Insider here. I watch a lot of NBA. I don't always have time to watch all these college guys. I can tell you, I wasn't sitting down and watching a whole bunch of Moses Moody games throughout the college basketball season. But what I have seen, I like how he carries himself. He seems mature. We talked to Musselman the other day, his college head coach, who, of course, he's going to say nice things about him. But like the guy's like a film junkie. He's all about the hard work. He's business like, and I just think he fills a need. He's long. He could shoot it. He could play defense. I think it checks a lot of boxes for Sacramento.
Couple of quick notes here. James Ham just tweeted this out, and I believe the Kings have sent this out. There is a draft night party at the Golden One Center.
It's lit.
So just imagine 16,000 people in the arena with the 9th selection from the University of Michigan.
And
also,
real quick, contrary to what people may believe and may think, there will be a bunch of cheering going on when that draft pick is made, because regardless of what y'all think out there that may be listening to clips, they cheer every pick that comes through there, even ones they allegedly didn't want.
The only one that like is famous is when they drafted Peja and all the fans wanted John Wallace at the draft party, and they were booing the pick when Jeff Petrie announced it. So
maybe it's like a good like omen to whatever pick comes, and then
naturally, like whoever it is, the Kings draft Cade Cunningham, just boom.
Boo! I am with you,
great.
Kenny. I'm with you.
Well, can I point out one other thing?
Yeah.
Because we have been so certain that the Kings are going to trade this pick. They're confident enough to hold a draft party at the Golden One Center on the night of the draft.
What better way to celebrate their rival Ben Simmons? You know what I mean? Like, hey, get everyone at the building, trade the pick.
Have Kenny Caraway introduce him. So Morgan, I feel like Morgan kind of laid this out a second ago. Maybe she's adjusted her expectations. Deuce, what if the Kings do come up empty? I mean, I know we have fun with Kings have aggressively pursued Dame Lillard. Like there's a note from The Athletic right now that the Blazers are rejecting CJ McCollum trades. Portland has turned down trade offers, including lottery picks. in this year's draft for CJ McCollum. That seems insane to me. But regardless, like, what if they walk up, no Ben Simmons, no Dame Lillard, no Miles Turner, no A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. It's just the draft pick. And oh, by the way, they also lost Rashawn Holmes.
That would be devastating because, I mean, you look at the big man situation right now. Are you going to roll out there with Chimezie Metu and Damian Jones? You can like those guys. But hey, they're young and rotational pieces, maybe. But like if those guys are playing heavy minutes, or even if you did bring in like a Nerlens Noel as a replacement, I'm not of the opinion that Noel he's not, to me, a center that you play 30, 35 minutes a night. Like he's a good big, like come off your bench and block some shots and do some nice things defensively, spot start here and there, play 20 minutes, sure. But no, like you got to be aggressive. And that's why, like with the Dame stuff that came out, like, hey, the Kings were aggressively pursuing. Like these are the conversations that have to be happening. I don't care how unrealistic it may be. Like I want Monty McNair to pick up the phone and call about Dame. I want him to call about Siakam, hit up Washington. Hey, what's going on with Beal? When you're in this position, you got to make some moves and go for the splashes. And if he's the guy that was, always pitching Daryl Morey on trades left and right, that's what I want.
You have to be aggressive. And we were just talking to former Sacramento Kings front office exec Anthony McClish. That will be coming out Monday, but talking to him just about the relationships that are built behind the scenes and how very important that is for when these GMs and these other execs go and have these conversations with the other teams. It just plays such a huge part. And I think we know that, but then really though, you really talk about the Ben Simmons stuff and how Daryl Morey's there and Monty McNair's relationship with him. And you think, man, could that actually be real? I just don't know. I think sometimes we go, there's no way these things could happen. And guess what? I don't care what happens. Something needs to happen. Some aggressive move needs to happen. Even if it's just chatter, that's great, but it's got to be done.
Well, I mean, you go back to the Brooklyn trade with Harden, right? You get, it was the Pacers, Rockets, and Nets involved in that deal. Indiana gets in the mix of that deal, and they land LeVert. Like, so even if the Kings aren't able to land, a Ben Simmons, or I know some people are mixed about that, but just name whatever player. Can they facilitate something? Can they be a third team that's able to get a starting caliber player on their roster just by being that third team involved? Like, you can't just you can't just lose Rashawn Holmes for nothing and then just come back with the same squad and say, all right, let's roll the ball out and we'll see if we can get the play in. Hope Halliburton steps up in his year 2, like goes to another level. Hopefully Fox is an all-star. That to me is just that's just unrealistic.
Now I will say this, because I agree with you guys said that would not be the ideal situation, right? But I also don't want them to do something just to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like like Rashawn Holmes, a perfect example. Like, man, we can't just lose him for nothing. We just lost Bogey for nothing. Let's just go do something crazy. Like, no, like if it don't work out with him, it sucks that it didn't work out. His market went a little higher than you were anticipating. Didn't work out. Still make something sound for this organization, whether that's doing something or whether that's doing nothing, to make sure that you have financial flexibility, like he keeps talking about. Don't go making a trade or go signing somebody just to parade out there. Well, we lost Rashawn, but look, we got this guy. And it was a panic move. I think that's what they've done too much of lately.
They have. And Kenny, I'm with you. Don't just do things to do things, the panic moves, right? But at the same time, when it comes to certain situations or pieces or whatever it may be, it needs to be switch into aggressive moves. And, you know what I mean? It's just, there's so many things done out of fear. Like, we don't want it to be year 16 of another losing season. Okay, well, make the smart, aggressive move. Don't just make a move out of fear and out of panicking. But in some ways, you should be fearing 16 years, and you need to be doing something, because what you have right now is not working. And to go another year of not working, okay, the fans won't like it, whatever, but you have De'Aaron Fox in year 5.
That's my biggest
I
concern.
Like, yes.
That's the number one, is the guy you just signed a max contract to a max contract, who is entering his 5th year, who has all-star potential, no doubt. All of a sudden, he is going, I don't know about this. You know, like
And those
I've done this, you know, and it's not getting better. And if there's a coaching change, it's another head coach. There's just so much of that, you know what I mean? And so, like, that's why it's so vital. And I'm with you. It's this fine line, because I'm not about just getting into the playoffs. Like, okay, you get to the playoffs next year. Let's just play it out. Best case scenario, let's just say you get in, you win the play-in, whatever, you're in the playoffs and the streak. Okay, but if the next year you miss it, Kings fans aren't happy. Like, the sustained success has to be there. So it is that balance of, okay, you can't just be making a move to hope it, you know, it kind of reminds me of like when the year they got Rondo, Bellinelli, and Kufis. It was like, okay, there was a lot of activity, but like, what were you chasing there? The best case scenario for that group was maybe, just maybe, they could get the 8th seed. Well, of course they fell short, and then there was no winning after that. So yeah, I'm with you. You have to be smart here, but yeah, be aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
We just watched the Phoenix Suns cap off a improbable run to the NBA Finals. By the way, you're listening to D-Lo and KC and Deuce Mo here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch along on Twitch, YouTube. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app, and we welcome everybody listening on 1320 AM as well. We just saw the Phoenix Suns make an improbable run, given where they were last year, given where they've been for the last 10 years in the NBA Finals. And we saw Devin Booker on a big stage for the first time in his career. And we even saw Devin Booker in the NBA Finals dropping 40-point games. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of what Devin Booker has been. It's just a little bit different with everybody watching. It's a little bit different when he's doing the same things that he's been doing his entire career, but now they're winning with him doing it. Can you think of a player, and I don't think it's hyperbole to say in the entire league, that needs that stage more than De'Aaron Fox does?
Could you put Zion up there?
Zion, yeah, sure, but Zion's got all of the eyes on him already.
Right.
I mean, and at some point, I think people are more likely to look at New Orleans sideways before they look at Zion sideways. You know what I mean? Like right now, De'Aaron is going to enter a stage if this team doesn't get to the playoffs where he's, and I always use this as an example, and I'm really sorry, but he's Kevin Martin. He's a really talented player, but he's really on a bad team. So if you put him on a good team, maybe he's not as good. Like, there are going to start being questions about De'Aaron Fox as opposed to questions about the Sacramento Kings. You know,
I don't think that would be the case. I think most NBA people see his talent, and I think if they are able to succeed, I think they would pin that more on Sacramento and the last 15 years than on De'Aaron.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, but I think to your point, yeah, I think De'Aaron could use that. Number one, use that experience. The only other guy I could think of, Zion, I know what you're saying. I would say Cat, and I know he's been there once, but he did it with Jimmy Butler. Karl Anthony Towns, like, that's a guy that I struggle with all the times, because you see the numbers and you're like, it's eye-popping, but I'm like, your team is bad every single year. Like, how good are you? So I think for his reputation, and the 1 year he did it was with Jimmy Butler, Thibodeau was there, that kind of led the charge, and then since then there hasn't been anything. So I think that's the only other player that really comes to mind that like really could use it.
This kind of goes into what we were talking about yesterday a little bit. And Giannis being in Milwaukee, and as I like to say, he put his arms around Milwaukee and said, I'm here. People are saying that I need to leave. This is a small market. It's not going to work. He said, no, this is my city. I'm going to get this done. I want to get this done with my city. And I talk about De'Aaron Fox. First of all, I said Sacramento needs that type of person to say, this is my city. I think De'Aaron Fox is that guy. I think De'Aaron Fox and even Tyrese Halliburton to a smaller degree are those type of guys that are like, no, it's more important for me to try and figure this out here than to have a playoff run in Houston or, you know, in a bigger market like that. It means more to figure it out here. That's why I feel like, to your guys' point a little bit, yeah, you got to figure this out. And he needs the platform or whatever the case may be. But I think De'Aaron's in this for the long haul. You know what I mean? I don't think it'll be a situation for him, at least personally, where if they didn't make the playoffs next year where he's like, man, I don't know, I might have to get out of here. I think he's in it for the long haul.
You could be right. You could be wrong.
But
you could be right. No, but you could be right too. I guess this stuff changes fast, right? Like 3 years ago, Dame is talking about he's never leaving Portland. It's his home. And now there's like, hey, looks like he wants to leave. So things can change quick in the NBA.
It gets deflating, right?
Absolutely.
It just after you're putting in all this hard work, and then these people at the top aren't putting in the same work or doing their job correctly to put you in the best position, to put you in the best system, especially when you are the best player, the city's hero, to a point. So I think it's totally human and normal for things to change, but I'm definitely with you. I think De'Aaron's like this family guy, loves the vibe of the Sacramento city and loves being here and everything. But there's also a lot of chatter out there that could help sway him different ways. There's a lot of people, when you're in the NBA, and especially when you're that good, there's going to be a lot of different voices in your ears.
So, and to that point, you guys are 100% right. And to that point, one of the things that I talked about yesterday, me and Damian talked about, was I feel like one of the biggest things in Milwaukee, and it's a different thing because they had consistency and continuity while being eighth seed and getting bounced, or, maybe getting to the second round. That's different than like never making the playoffs and being like, well, we're committed. We're still here. We got continuity. It's a different vibe. I understand that. But I would feel like for somebody like De'Aaron Fox, just as frustrating as not making the playoffs would be, all right, another coaching change. Oh, another GM. Oh, you're going to stick me with more people? Like the constant change would be like, yo, it's crazy. I can't even get used to nothing in here. Get me out of here. And that was the argument to bringing a Luke Walton back. That would have been, if he would have fired Luke Walton, that would have been his third coach in 5 years. De'Aaron's third coach in 5 years. Can't have, like, that would be more grounds for me to be like, get me the hell out of here, as opposed to maybe this isn't perfect with Luke or Buddy or, hell, even Marvin. But we're here, we're working on something together. There is an air, a feeling of we're trying to figure this out together. And I think that's kind of also what this organization needs. Some people think it's the wrong thing to stick with Luke Walton. I say you got to find out a little bit more. Like, stick with something. They don't never stick with nothing ever. That's the one consistent in 15 years. Nothing's ever the same here anymore.
I feel like this goes along with your thing of let's not make a move to make a move. Well, let's stick with something for the sake of sticking with something, and it's Luke Walton. Even if we don't think he's good, let's stick with it. Like, we're doing it for the sake of doing it.
So what do you do? So what do? You
hire a coach that's better.
You move. If I'm De'Aaron, I'm like, I don't know if this guy is better or not. If I'm De'Aaron, I'm like, another coach.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here?
And it's like, too, a coach can't really get a feel for, well, some coaches can't get a feel for what they're trying to make their identity and what they want to make happen on the court right away, I guess.
In my opinion, that's the coach of the Kings. It's that.
Yeah.
Those are my words, not Morgan. That's my opinion.
And Damian, but like, what coach out there, like today, if Doc Rivers was available, would you be like, Doc Rivers is the answer? He's going to be the guy that can get these pieces?
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Doc is a significantly better coach than Luke Walton, but
100%.
Doc, I mean, he would certainly hold the players more accountable. His vibe is like he would bring in almost like a de facto defensive coordinator. I don't know that works here with this roster that they have.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have a roster that actually most of the better players like Luke Walton and like his vibe. And I'm with you, though. Like, who cares if they like him, like, win some damn games, right? But at the same time,
I think chemistry is important with the head coach. I do.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
but
It's
also,
a long season.
But also with that, we're probably not getting a guy like Doc Rivers. Rick Carlisle ain't coming here. So you're getting probably a first-year guy or a guy that just got fired, a Steve Clifford. And then he's going to get here. And we didn't make the his first year, but he needs time to implement his style. That's a whole nother process. And we got to wish upon a star. Either way, I think you're wishing upon a star. I would like to wish upon a star with consistency.
Yeah.
and cohesion. That
Well,
either way, you're wishing upon a star. You bring in the kings of
everything involving this organization is wishing on a star.
well, I'm saying the kings, no pun intended, pun intended, are the kings of bringing in a new coach. Like they bring in a new coach, like we trained your underwear. All right, that hasn't worked for 15 years. So bringing in another one, probably not going to work.
Yes,
See if
I'm
you get this done.
figure it out. That's what I'm at. Figure it out. I think Luke Walton has enough knowledge as a coach, has enough a coaching staff around him with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of relationships with other players around the league, like Rico Hines. There's some good people in this coaching staff, and I think Luke Walton's a very collaborative coach. So I think if you stick with this, it can go into a very positive direction. I think a lot of times too, people just want something to blame because it's not working. And we've seen his flaws as a coach, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of flaws with the personnel on the floor.
The biggest flaw, Deuce, I see you're about to say something. Go ahead.
No, I mean, this is like, I understand it. And like we've the last couple of years, it was like the first year was, hey man, that India trip really threw things off. You had injuries. And then like this year it was like, hey, the COVID year, that not a lot of training camp, which is all legitimate, like things that can come up. But like, you know, like this year, there's going to be a training camp now, right? Like this is the third year, right? There has to be something. And I understand what you guys are saying, like consistency, like keep it together. You can't just keep swapping out coaches. But like at some point you have to see it go in this positive direction. Like you can't be the worst defensive team in like the history of the game based on advanced stats. Like those things can't happen. You can't lose 9 in a row twice in a season. Like if it's going down that route, there's something wrong. And it doesn't matter who likes who, players like him. That's not working.
I better see a defined identity in his third year.
Right. So like we can come up with all the stuff that happened in the past. It's like, well, this is it. I know you got a full training camp. I know that things should be, knock on wood, a little more normal in our world with like COVID restrictions and all that, hopefully. But this is it. This is important.
Deuce Mo with us here on Dealing with KC. Morgan, you mentioned Kings got really fortunate landing Tyrese Halliburton in the draft, and De'Aaron Fox. Obviously, the Kings got very lucky landing De'Aaron Fox too. But one thing that I think we've gotten spoiled with, and I think you used that term earlier, we got spoiled with landing Tyrese Halliburton at number 12, thinking, oh, why can't we do that again? Well, De'Aaron took an incredible jump from his rookie year to his second year, and I wonder how many of us are looking at like, well, we just saw De'Aaron do it, so that means Tyrese is going to do it, right? Because Tyrese is really good, so now he's going to be great, and now he's going to take all of these leaps, just like De'Aaron Fox did. And I think Tyrese is going to be better next year, but I worry that sometimes De'Aaron did spoil us, and the tremendous, like Kenny and I joke all of the time. De'Aaron's got to take a step every year. Hey, what do the Kings got to do better? De'Aaron's got to take a step forward. How many steps does his career have? Because he's at the point now where he's no longer getting better in the offseason. He's now getting better like in the middle of seasons, where he's taking jumps from the first half of the season to the second half of the season. What are your expectations for Tyrese next year?
I think because he's such a student of the game and a high IQ player that there will be some sort of leap, right? Like he'll be watching film to see, okay, these teams, what adjustments did they make later on the season with the way that I was jumping, leaving my feet to pass? Do I need to take a better jump stop? Just all those little things. I personally feel like Tyrese Halliburton will kind of figure out. Now, for a lot of casual fans out there, that might not be enough, right? Those little adjustments that he's making. They want to see the big adjustments in his shot making, the way that he's creating shots. And I can't imagine that we're going to see this huge leap from him in year 2. But at the same time, I think he's going to be just as effective plus some, because it isn't his rookie year. I think he's going to show the leap he's going to really make is really with his leadership role, right? Like now he's going to feel more comfortable to be more vocal and be that player that can talk and tell his teammates what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see him deal with contact, get a little stronger. I don't need him to look like Giannis does now, but like add to the frame, which like I feel like is just going to happen. We were talking about today on our podcast. You look at De'Aaron Fox's rookie year. I was looking at some highlights a couple weeks back. And De'Aaron was thin.
Stick.
And now, Mark Jones is tweeting out that he's added 9 pounds of muscle this offseason. And he's already gotten bigger the last couple of years. I think you're going to naturally just see Halliburton get stronger too. But yeah, I think you got to be realistic too. We all expected to just be linear. It's like, okay, year 2, you get better. Like it takes guys time. Like it may not be as big of a jump as people want. And I think what you said is dead on, Damian, is like year 1, De'Aaron averages 11 points a game. I think we're all curious after year 1, like, okay, how good could he be? Then year 2, he jumps like 17. I don't know how realistic that is, but I do think Tyrese has the ability to do more scoring next year, be a little more selfish in some ways, get to the basket, and those are things I want to see.
Yeah, I'm one of the people that I'm expecting Tyrese to make a jump and get to another level, and that's more so not necessarily based on what De'Aaron did or whatever, but it's more so based on the fact that I believe in Tyrese Halliburton and the way he plays the game, his understanding of the game.
Yeah,
and you talk about this upcoming season. He's going to be the one that's going to get a training camp. He's the one that's going to have a year under his belt. And with the knowledge that he has for the game and being able to pick things up as quick as he does, that's only going to improve his game. It's only going to improve his game. I think one of the things that I saw this year that I don't think is going backwards is his catch and shoot ability. I mean, I said it all the time, when he got those puppies set, that ball was wet. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's changing. And I think he'll understand and have a little more confidence in his role on this team to be more aggressive offensively, which is going to lead to higher points per game. So I'm expecting a leap. Like, I don't know if it's going to be De'Aaron from rookie year to second year type leap. I don't know about all that, but I absolutely expect Tyrese to be better than he was his rookie season.
Sounds like Kenny's over there thinking about the playoffs next year. He's over there
thinking about the way. Well, you guys know how I feel. All right.
Yeah.
I said,
I know you. I mean, you thought Corey Joseph was going to be the difference maker at one point. So yeah, I mean, absolutely,
it's going to be the stop it. But I did say numerous times that if the Kings had the team that they finished out the season with for the whole year, they would have made the play-in. And I know this isn't how things are going to happen or should happen, but say worst case scenario, they brought the same exact team that ended the season back into next year. I think they'd make the play-in tournament this upcoming season.
Kenny, that's the danger. That's like what my fear is. I remember that 05-06 team, the last team that made the playoffs, and they had that unbelievable finish after the Artest trade, made the 8th seed. I think they actually had like one of the best records in the NBA after the All-Star break. And I remember the next year, I was like, hey, it's the same team. We made a coaching change. It was time. Seems going to be good. It's going to be a really good team. They haven't made the playoffs since. I can't do the whole like, hey, man, I know Davis and, Harkless, those guys, they fit in well. Can you imagine if everyone was healthy? I mean, they were winning with those guys. Imagine if they had Halliburton and Fox and Barnes. I mean, I feel like it's easy to say that. And I do like the moves that McNair made at the deadline. Yeah. But like, they got to upgrade it, man, because your defense, even if when it was improved, even if the team was improved down the stretch of the season, it's just not good enough. You know what I mean? Like you've got to be better in that. And I think some of that's personnel. That's straight up. We got to get better defensive players.
I understand that. And I agree with that. They've got to get better, but take away the past scars that you may have and just look at what
a lot of them.
Right. But this team, that's a decent bench. DeLon Wright, he's not changing. Like DeLon Wright isn't going from, he's a career 10, 11 point per game scorer. He's not going to dip down to 5 a game. Mo Harkless is who he is. Metu, Damian Jones, I still got my questions about them, but that's the bench compared to the bench that you had before. When you're bringing the Elitza, when you're bringing a Corey Joseph, who I think DeLon Wright is better than Corey Joseph. Like you
don't have to think about that. He is.
Oh, I like Corey Joseph more than other people. All right, but they upgraded. They upgraded that team. It doesn't mean that they're a top 6 team, But you talk about upgrading that team, and even with that weak team that they had, I'm talking about the play-in. I ain't talking about the 6 seed. I'm talking about the play-in. They're not going to regress to be the Houston Rockets if they brought them back.
But think about it. They upgraded. And then let's say it stayed the same. Whoa, our lights just went
Let's
right
get
They upgraded.
You look angelic right now. I can't lie. It looks like the world ended around you and the light is shining solely on Morgan Ray.
Right on, Morgan. They upgrade. But what do you think the other teams in the West are going to do? Just stay the same? No, they're upgrading.
The whole premise is if everybody came back the same. Like
if everyone came back, then you'd probably win like 34 games again. We'd be having the same conversation.
They'd be better. They'd be a better team because they wouldn't deal for 40 games with Bielitsa and Little Dog Glenn Robinson III.
We got to get some upgrades, Kenny. I need you to be more fired up about taking some swings this offseason. They got to upgrade the roster. If Rashawn Holmes ends up walking and you're starting the season with like, hey, we got Damian Jones and Nerlens Noel, like it's going to be a problem.
Kenny, your backyard was fine when you first moved into it. You still upgraded it because it's a lot better. So like you would have been fine with your backyard for a short period of time, which is what that acquisition was after the trade deadline. Yeah. Now we need to get better.
They absolutely need to get better. But the players on the roster need to get better. They need to stay healthier. And I'm not advocating for no moves. I'm saying if they didn't make any moves, the expectation, well, they're going to suck this year because they didn't make any moves. No, I think they had enough talent where if they didn't make any moves, I would still expect them to be a playoff team.
Everybody goes into a voice when we like mimic someone, like we go into like some sort of random voice. It's rather funny. With the draft is a week away, free agency's right after that. What's the biggest headline for DMZ here that we're keeping an eye on?
I mean, I'm fascinated.
That was a great segment, by the way. That might be my new favorite.
Oh, the DMZ
segment is my new favorite.
Yeah, I could probably have the.
You could fire it. Everyone will hear it.
Where's Chris Paul going to land?
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably for me. Like, that's the one I'm so fascinated with because I think most people assume he's going to end up back in Phoenix. I think Phoenix still has a chance to come out of the West next year based on. Yeah, I think Phoenix can still come out of the West next year. Kenny, I don't know if you realize this. Kawhi, he's not playing next year. Jamal Murray's not playing next year. And
Jamal Murray playing next year.
Okay, when's he coming back, Kenny?
He's his doctor. You didn't know?
When's he coming back? The guy tore his ACL like late
February or March. He tore his ACL in February.
Okay. So the Nuggets have to get through most of the season without him, and then they're going to come out like Jamal Murray off an ACL late in the year. They're going to make a big run.
All I'm going to tell you, like I tell people with Ben Simmons, you can take Phoenix and look for them to get back to the finals if you want.
I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying, like, I think they've got a chance.
Get back to the finals. I don't think they have a chance.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying again.
Hot take, Kenny.
It's fine. You can disagree with me. That's fine. I think Ayton could get better. The Paul thing is interesting. I just think he can look at the situation and go, I still see a path that I could get to the finals and make a lot of money. But I definitely think there's going to be that Lakers temptation. I do think like he could be like, look, I've made $250 million in my career, plus my Cliff Paul money. I've made a lot of money in my life. I can go ahead and go play with LeBron and AD and see what we got. But even the Lakers, like we love the talent. We love LeBron and AD, and when they're healthy, it looks great. But LeBron's getting older. AD, he's always hurt. So the West to me is still a very fascinating subplot. It's like, okay, who is the favorite? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think besides Chris Paul and his future, I would say Kyle Lowry. I just think for him, he can add as a veteran point guard, he will add to any squad, right? But then you're seeing these teams like at the trade deadline this last season, it was the Sixers being really interested in Miami. And so will it be one of the teams that we already heard that was in the mix? I don't know, but I am curious because I think I know adding him is just an upgrade for any team.
You think Kawhi stays?
I do, especially now with like he's going to miss next year. I should ask Dr. Caraway what he thinks about the Kawhi ACL. But based on Kawhi's past, I mean, if he
ready to come back, I don't think he's gonna come back.
No, he will not. We know Kawhi. He's he'll sit out that year and make money. But yeah, I think he'll just stay there. I don't know. Like
I do too.
I think so too.
And I know you have to give him max money. Like I'm not, but isn't there a part of us that goes, God, look at the games played over the last few years, and this is with load management.
He's great when he's available.
It's risky. It's risky.
My hot take to start the show was I think Chris Paul's going to the Lakers.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's that hot of a take. Yeah, he'd get rid of some money, but there's probably a part of him's like, look, I did everything I could with this team. I helped them a ton. It was fun playing with Monty and Devin Booker. I like it, but man, this is an opportunity. I'm at the end of my career. All right, this is probably my final contract in the NBA here. Why not? I have a chance. I can go play with LeBron. They've got a position.
Get Melo there. Little banana boat action in the Lakers land.
Well,
it'll be great. And then they could get bounced in like the second round. It'll be great. It would be reminiscent of Malone and Peyton going to the Lakers back in the day.
Can I just point this out? Because I feel like this gets lost all the time. Carmelo wasn't on the boat. Can we just
you're right.
point that out?
I'm sorry. Banana boat crew.
Everybody calls them banana. Like they always reference Carmelo, and Carmelo wasn't on the boat.
I apologize for getting that wrong, but he is with that crew.
He's with the crew,
but he was not on the boat.
He was
not on the boat.
Wolfpack.
It was D Wade.
Yes,
it was actually. I think it was like Gabrielle Union, and maybe Chris Paul was also on it.
Chris Paul, definitely.
But that was the great DeAndre Jordan free agency emoji off on Twitter. That might have been the unofficial birth of NBA Twitter. Deuce Mo, we could keep you here all day, and soon enough, we plan to. We appreciate you guys for being with us. Check out the Deuce Mo podcast on the Odyssey app and wherever you get podcasts from. And we're back here with more of D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I know. I totally forgot. I wanted to say, like, we got to celebrate a little bit today. It's not every day you could celebrate an icon, someone who's.
Well, you don't have to leave. You could always stay.
And, we have to say happy birthday to the one and only Shawn Michaels today. HBK. You think about his legacy in professional wrestling, what he's been able to do.
That was going to be his bit before the show.
Wait, Kenny's 38, huh?
Happy birthday, Kenny.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's so funny. I didn't notice the balloons earlier, and I wonder if it's I think it's the angle. I think the close the PTI view takes the balloons out of the shot.
Man, they're in there a little bit. You can't really read the balloons on the PTI.
Kenny, when you're 38 and you got a family now, but you got a new compound that's super nice. Like, do you celebrate tonight? Do you go a little hard, or what's?
I mean, we got the family pulling up tonight. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to get him to take tomorrow off so I don't have to like worry about how he's going to be feeling tomorrow. But he's committed.
Campaigning. Ben, had a little drop off today, so
Woo. What's the food spread tonight?
Food, it's nothing too major. It's more just an ice cream and cake.
Okay. Yeah. You better watch that. Don't have too much of it.
Why? Why shouldn't he have too much of it?
I'm not really doing on sweets to begin with. Like I'll eat sweets, but I don't go crazy on them.
Oh my god!
He doesn't need that Big Ben body. I can't. By the way, can we talk about Schefter putting that out? Schefter put out a picture that was saying that something about Big Ben looking slim. I'm like, no, that was just a good fitting shirt.
You're such a tool.
Has he always been a tool? Because I feel like the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think he is morphed into a full-on stooge. Like he has mutated into a full-on freaking stooge. It's awful. It's unbearable. Like,
it's just
doing
a little over the top.
I mean, we talking to these guys next week. I mean, what's going on? A little behind the scenes.
Oh, next week's the draft. Yeah, I mean,
what's going on?
Oh,
we're gonna be on with you. I just don't know it's at the time you'd want it to be.
Yeah. We'll deal with that. Rarely do we say we'll deal with something off the air. We might have to deal with that one off the air.
All good. All good.
Hopefully, yeah. Next Thursday could be a very, very good, very good day. Yeah, you will be. We'll say this for the streaming crowd. Deuce Mo will absolutely be on the show next week. 100%.
Deal.
100%. Yeah.
Dealio.
And we'll are you? Yeah, let's connect off the show.
Yeah, we'll connect. All right. You guys have a good show.
Happy birthday, Kenny.
Happy birthday, Kenny.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
13th round coming up. 13th round on the way. Oh, there they are. Okay, we got the balloons in there. I need to get a light behind me, man. It looks so dim in here. Oh, whoops, that's my bad. Sorry. It looks dim in here.
There we go. Now I'm hearing everything clearly. See, that's how
I can
it started.
Dr. David just almost.
Are we outside next week?
Doesn't look like it. I'm gonna call Danny after the show, but it doesn't. You want to take the 47?
Yeah.
43. I mean, okay, yeah, 43. Hoping to have extended draft coverage next week with Deuce and Mo. As I didn't even realize as we were saying goodbye to them, Kenny pointed it out on the commercial break for the radio, but on Twitch and YouTube at next Thursday, it's the draft. So that's a show that we map out pretty extensively. You know, we like having. I don't know. I haven't reached out to Bryant yet. Obviously, you know, Bryant knows we'd love for him to be a part of the show, but I really loved having Bryant on when the selection was made.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty awesome, and for him to provide, you know, kind of an instant analysis of Tyrese Halliburton and the early stages of D'Lo and Casey. I don't even think we weren't even streaming. We could see each other. Yeah, like we could see each other, but we weren't yet streaming. So this will be we streamed the NBA draft, which was just a monster beyond our wildest expectations. And, you know, we're hoping for the NFL draft to be something similar. And we are going to do another 8-hour show for you. Our belief is the show is going to be structured a little bit different than our previous 8-hour shows have been, but we're going to work all of that out over the course of the next 7 days or so. But I'd love to have Bryant on for the reaction to that pick as he was last year. And then, you know, get all of our favorites in here to talk about the selection, what it means, and maybe even though there is a draft party at the Golden One Center, I don't think that closes the door on a deal being done. I think it sure gave me pause though when I saw that tweet from James Ham, like, oh, well, okay then.
Yeah.
We've got a draft party.
You're gonna welcome somebody.
Yeah, they are. They most definitely are. Franz Wagner with the 9th pick in the 2021 NBA draft. We'll spend a great deal of time. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, but I know we'll spend a great deal of time talking about the draft next week, and we'll get some of your favorites on. We mentioned Brandon Nunez, who's been writing about Franz Wagner. We'll get him on the show next week, should he be available, and talk to him about what he studied, what he's written, and what he thinks of Franz.
For sure. You mentioned it a little bit with Deuce and Mo. You tried to mention it a number of different times, and we started talking about fruits, Olympic Games,
and all over the place. Yeah.
But De'Aaron Fox, next season, I think you were going to ask me or approach the topic of, is he an all-star next year?
Yeah. That was kind of what I threw at you earlier. And you know, we outlined De'Aaron's numbers this year and tried to reference into DeMarcus Cousins, whereas DeMarcus Cousins was playing really well before he made an all-star game. And then he had a season where it wasn't deniable. Like, you can't deny him anymore, no matter how bad the Sacramento Kings are. And once he started making all-star games, he didn't really stop.
Right.
With De'Aaron, it's difficult. You know, De'Aaron and DeMarcus, the positions are different. Which makes it significantly more difficult for De'Aaron. But yeah, like, are we looking at an all-star season from De'Aaron Fox this year?
You know, I remember after the 49ers in 2011, they had the year with Jim Harbaugh, he first came. It did well. They went into that offseason, and as a fan, I'm not on the team or nothing like that, but as a fan, in about July, maybe June, I sat out there and I said, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, oh, snap. The 49ers got the best team in football. And I say that to say it became a situation where it's like, that I got to win the Super Bowl. You got the best team in football. You have to win the Super Bowl. And I was driving around yesterday, and I think I was rehashing the Fox conversation that we had either yesterday or him being here, right? And wanting to be here. And it kind of hit me. I was like, yo, the Kings, they got one. We talk about like an all-star player. We talk about a franchise guy, a guy that is an all-star. They got one. They can't mess this up again like they did with DeMarcus and all this other stuff. They got to get it. But De'Aaron Fox is that caliber player. And I say all that to say, I think he is going to improve a little bit. He's going to improve on his season numbers, which are going to look a little closer to the second half numbers of last year. Right. So he may be the same player, like maybe not make a leap, so to speak, but his overall numbers are going to look that way. And I do think he makes the All-Star game next year. I think
a first half of the season, like his second half of the season, that he's coming off of. I don't care how difficult that guard position is. I mean, it's the fans only have so much control over who makes the All-Star team, and at some point, coaches step in and kind of make their selections. If he has a first half like his second half, that's, to me, and I'm nobody, that's undeniable. I don't know how you keep a play like that with numbers like that, a player like that with numbers like that out of the All-Star game.
Well, look, I think your point is 100% correct, but I'll even take it a step further. If he has another first half like he had last first half, he may still make it. He was on his way to making it before they fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Remember Ramona Shelburne said when she was writing the story, it's like, yo, why is this guy an all-star? Like all that was about to come on, and then they fell off a cliff.
Right.
So
first of two cliffs they fell off, by the way.
Right. How you gonna
they were Wile E. Coyote last year. They just every episode, Wile E. Coyote finds a couple of cliffs and there he goes.
How you gonna fall off of two cliffs? That'll make no damn sense. But I agree.
We got Cliff Paul, we got Cliff Fall.
If he has a first half like the second half he had, that I don't want to say it makes it undeniable, because if they're a terrible team, he may still not get on there. But if they're competent, if they're, around the conversation of playing playoff, and he's playing like that, I think he gets into the All-Star game.
If the Kings are if De'Aaron's playing like that and the Kings are bad again, De'Aaron's it goes to what we were talking about a few moments ago. Like De'Aaron's going to hit a point where, and Devin Booker did hit this point where, I think I think Devin Booker was a little bit more. Was Devin Booker more high profile coming out of college? I felt like there were more.
I think Fox was.
De'Aaron was? Okay.
De'Aaron's team was that team. Booker didn't even start at Kentucky, I don't think.
So maybe Devin got people's attention early in his career, because I felt like the conversation about him shifted pretty quickly, where it became less about Devin Booker and more about the Phoenix Suns. De'Aaron doing what he's doing is about Sacramento and not about De'Aaron, because you're looking at Sacramento sideways, like Bart Scott says, De'Aaron hates it in Sacramento. He wants out. Well, obviously Bart Scott has no idea what he's talking about, but it's not difficult to try to put 1 + 1 together and think that comes out to be 2.
Yeah.
Even though there's no equations, even though there's no variables involved in this equation at all, Bart Scott's just making stuff up. Right. But when you look at the history of players like this, you think, this is the fault of the organization. This is the fault of Sacramento. And if De'Aaron's doing what he's doing, if we're talking 27, if we're talking some outrageous numbers like he had last year, Sacramento, the King, they're Luke Walton, Monty McNair, they're going to be a big topic of conversation next year, particularly as it pertains to please get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento so you don't ruin this young man's career.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just pulling up his numbers from last year. I mean, 25-7. That's a hell of a season.
That's his entire season, 25-7.
Yeah, the entire year, 25. What do you go? 25.2. Yeah, 25.2. Wow. 7.2 assists on the night, still and a half a night. Wow. And people talking about, and this is why the platform and what your team is doing is so important. Think about the conversation around Devin Booker and the player that people feel like he's become this year, and he's there. I mean, how many we've heard people say he's the next Kobe. I heard people he's the best two guard in the league. He's ready to take off. Mark Jackson calls him a superstar, and Devin Booker is dope. Like he can hoop, but Devin Booker's 25.6, 4.3 assists a night. Mm-hmm. I just said De'Aaron Fox is 25.2 and 7.2 a night. There ain't nobody talking about De'Aaron like that. Matter of fact, we got jackasses saying John Morant is everything De'Aaron Fox think he is.
Well, jackasses is the operative word in that conversation.
So if he goes, like I said, I never thought this before, but I really believe De'Aaron could get to next year 27 points a night. And not even taking a leap.
Man.
Hey, check this out, Damian. Not even taking a leap. It's just if he shoots 75% from the free throw line. He ain't got to do nothing else on the court. Just make more free throws.
We're talking Kyrie numbers at this point.
I know. But he could probably add 2 more points a game if he don't do nothing different but make more free throws.
We've ignored a massive story, not purposely, just our conversations about the Kings and the NBA have kind of taken us. And we've ignored a massive story happening with the San Francisco 49ers, and that's the extension of Fred Warner. The straw that stirs the drink, as my partner would say. For the first time in a long time, we're going to talk to Chris Biederman, senior sports writer for the Sacramento Bee and host of Candlestick Chronicles, to break that down and talk a little football. That's all coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yes, sir. The 13th round in the building. And we got some things to talk about because the WBO, they out here trying to make some moves. They out here trying to make some stuff happen. And yesterday, they made the mandatory for Terrence Crawford's WBO title, Shawn Porter. And I can't wait to see what happens here. Now, a lot of times with boxing, somebody becomes a mandatory. That doesn't mean that they automatically are going to face them. A number of different things could happen. They could get stripped of the title. There can be step-aside money made or paid to somebody like Shawn Porter or whoever the mandatory is to make sure that maybe a different fight happens for that titleist. So it's not a guarantee that we get Shawn Porter, Terrence Crawford. But this is the match I want to see. And this isn't even like Shawn Porter being like on Errol Spence's level or anything like that. It's just a real test, a real dog for somebody like Terrence Crawford that we haven't seen him take. I can make the argument ever in his career. And I like Terrence Crawford. I think Bud is one of the top fighters in the game. Unbelievably talented. There's not a lot of guys, if any, that could beat him in the world today. I got him number 3 in my pound for pound, but that doesn't mean that he can't beat Errol Spence or anything like that. But I'm just saying, we haven't seen him take this type of fight before in his career. Shawn Porter isn't technically sound or this smooth fighter. He's a dog. He's a dog in there. And you got to be ready to go 12. You got to be ready to keep this guy off of you for 12 rounds. And that's not easy for a lot of people. My guy, Errol Spence, Shawn Porter fought the fight of his life, I thought, that night. And he had to gut one out. And that's because Shawn Porter came to fight. So Terrence taking on Shawn Porter, I love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Jesse, what do you think about that? What are you thinking about Shawn Porter, Terrence Crawford? You think it happens? Who do you think wins it?
if Bud is as good as he is, he should win. But I like it because Sean Porter, he's like one of my favorite fighters too. Like after Canelo, like you said, he always just gives you like he's gonna show up and he's give you a good fight. So I like it.
Facts. I agree. I think Terrence, like you just mentioned, Jesse, if he's good as we all believe he is, he should win that fight. But Sean Porter gonna push him. Sean Porter gonna test him. And that's what we want to see. We want to see if he's able to handle those type of tests, if he's able to pass those type of tests. I think he does, but we haven't seen it in his career. And especially at 147, we haven't seen him push himself to that level. So Sean Porter, Terrence Crawford in October, hopefully it's under the PBC umbrella. Hopefully Terrence Crawford smartens up and gets off of PB or Top Rank, and we can see him. Even if he's a free agent, he ain't got to sign with PBC, but be a TV free agent. You know what I mean? And we can see these type of fights that we've been trying to see from Terrence for the last 3, 4, 5 years. I'm with it. So let's make it happen, baby. 13th round. Your man at IMK Diddy.
I don't know if our man wouldn't say his handle. No, he was in here earlier.
24, appreciate you, big dog.
Happy birthday. I think it's Dave Garcia. I think it's like maybe Dave Garcia 209. He was the one who made the 13th round, that little thing in the corner right there, the old school video game graphic, which is pretty dope.
Shout out to Dave Garcia, man. Big ups. Isn't Dave Garcia David?
Dr. David? No.
Oh
no. No, that's Doc. This is Dr. David right here.
Yeah, that's Dr. David.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a doctor. Oh, it's 209. I thought it was okay. That's a great way to interact with the show, as is Twitch and YouTube. A great way to listen to the show is the Odyssey app. The Odyssey app is a great way to listen to virtually everything. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations that are available now for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. It doesn't matter your vibe, whether it's hip hop, whether it's country, whether it's current rock or classic rock, whether it's R&B, slow jams, or it's artist radio stations. We've got it all for you on the new Odyssey app. Check it out. It's brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. Chris Biederman set to join us coming up here in 2 minutes, really with the excitement of the NBA Finals and some other things going on around the NBA. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about one of our favorites, Fred Warner, signing an extension with the San Francisco 49ers. We'll have Chris break down the particulars for us because, well, you can never believe what you read. It's reported as a 5-year, $95 million deal. It's $40.5 million in guaranteed money, which leads me to believe this is probably closer to a 3-year deal, those last 2 years having outs in them for the San Francisco 49ers. But either way, this was the next massive piece of the puzzle we were waiting for, and we got it. Fred Warner is a San Francisco 49er for a long time.
I'm going to tell you right now, man. The Niners ain't going back. They not going back to them Chip Kelly days. They not going back to them Jim Tom Sula days.
Wow.
Them days are gone. I'm not sitting here saying they're going to win the Super Bowl every year or be a Super Bowl team every year, but I can tell you right now, the Niners are going to be on that same par as the Packers, the Saints while Drew Brees was there. You could probably throw Seattle in there. Baltimore's a team. These are teams that every single year they're in the mix. Some years they're better than other. Some years they're a real Super Bowl contender. Some years, they find a way to get into the playoffs. But one way or another, the Niners ain't going back to them days. Them days are over.
Yeah.
They're here now.
Normally, I'd accuse you of just being a homer and tell you to knock it off, but it's really hard to disagree with some of the things that you just said right there. Let's bring in our man, Chris Biederman, the senior beat writer of the Sacramento Bee and host of the Candlestick Chronicles. Chris, it really feels like, especially after this Fred Warner signing, this San Francisco 49ers team sure feels loaded.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go down position by position and look at sort of all the blue chip guys, I think you can make a case that they have one of the better rosters in the NFC, and if things do go right and avoid the injury bug, which they weren't able to do basically at all last year, then they do have a real shot. But there still are some questions. It's not, the same team that went to the Super Bowl after the 2019 season. DeForest Buckner is an Indianapolis Colt. You're not really sure if you're going to get, the type of production you would need to replace him from Javon Kinlaw. And maybe Javon Kinlaw does turn into that type of player. But there's a little bit more uncertainty in the secondary this year because Sherman is likely not around, and he was a second team All-Pro in 2019 and really playing at a high level. And maybe you get that from Jason Verrett, but given his injury history, you're not really sure about that. Mm-hmm. And you have a bunch of guys coming off injuries, so the talent seems to be there on paper. But again, like we learned last year, being good on paper doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a successful season. So as loaded as the 49ers are, there's still some question marks, and they have to go out and prove it. That's what makes the NFL fun, right? It's just all the randomness and parity that can be involved in the league.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if you got a chance to hear me before you got on the line with us, but I was basically saying this Fred Warner deal in coinciding with locking up Kittle, locking up Trent Williams, drafting a Trey Lance, just the way the organization seems to be operating, the way it's structured. I said the days, in my opinion, the Jim Tom Sulas, the Chip Kellys, those 2-14s, 5-6, 5-11, whatever. I think those days are gone. I think the 49ers operate more so now like a Green Bay, like New Orleans when they have Breeze, like Pittsburgh, like Baltimore, where it doesn't mean that they are a Super Bowl team every year. It doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to be in the conference championship game. But those teams that I mentioned, some years are better than others. Some years they're legit Super Bowl contenders. Some years they're tough enough and they find a way to get into the playoffs. But you never see those guys at the top of the draft. And I think that's where this 49ers organization is starting to place himself back into that category. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a valid point, but the team has only made the playoffs once under Kyle Shanahan in his 4 seasons, right? So I agree with your point largely about I think the process that they go through when it comes to constructing the team, picking players, creating culture, all that stuff. I think a lot of that is mostly sound, and they're not perfect, and no team in the NFL is perfect when it comes to that. But it really has to manifest itself on the field on a year in and year out basis, and I think that's ultimately the reason why Kyle Shanahan decided to move up and get somebody like Trey Lance rather than hope that Jimmy Garoppolo will avoid getting injured again. I think he realizes that too much hinges on Jimmy Garoppolo's health. And so, he doesn't want to have seasons like 2018 and 2020 where they're basically a wash because the team loses its starting quarterback due to some random injury, while the rest of the roster seems to be competitive, right? The quarterback is clearly the most important position on the field. A lot of people would argue it's the most important position in all of sports. And so if you invest in a guy and he's not available there, then that's a significant issue. And that's borne out in the way Kyle Shanahan's tenure has gone. In the one season, they've had a complete season from Jimmy Garoppolo. They went to the Super Bowl, and the other two, then when Garoppolo was lost mostly due to injury, then it's a team that is mediocre at best, and a team that's going to finish 4-12 to 6-10, which we've seen. So I think you make a valid point, and that's certainly a goal of theirs, is to be a team that does find itself in contention in varying levels each season, and some seasons are going to be better than others, just by way of luck and getting some breaks and schedule things and different things like that. But I mostly think their process is sound, but I think we need to see it manifest itself on the field in consistent playoff runs, not one playoff run every few seasons. If they're in the playoff mix and they're competing for the NFC West title year in and year out, and they're winning a couple playoff games each season, whether or not they advance to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, I mean, that's obviously a different conversation. But I think that's the goal, right? Is to just give yourself a shot, be good enough, be competitive enough each season that maybe you're in a position like you were in 2019 where you can make a trade for somebody like Emmanuel Sanders at the deadline, put yourself over the top and complete your roster, and then with some injury luck, maybe you will be good enough to win a Super Bowl that season. That's certainly the goal, but we just haven't seen it manifest itself in terms of, consistent playoff runs under Kyle Shanahan. But I do think they are in position to go on a run if they can keep their guys healthy.
Right.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee and Candlestick Chronicles with us here. What's the financial situation for the San Francisco 49ers now that this Fred Warner deal is done?
Well, it doesn't change much for this season. I'm looking at his cap numbers right now. His cap hit for this season is $3.6 million. So I think they're still looking at roughly $17 million in cap space for this year, which I don't know how much they're really going to use. And then they should have a little bit more than that going into next season, depending on who's around. And really, when I say that, I mean, is Jimmy Garoppolo around? Is his $27 million going to come off the books? Is Eric Armstead going to be on the hook for $20-some million against the cap next season? I think, it's a big year for him because beyond this season, Armstead doesn't have any guaranteed money on his contract. He's in a similar spot to where Garoppolo was, when the 49ers decided to make the move for Trey Lance. And are you going to pay Eric Armstead $20 million if he puts together another 3.5 sack season like he had last year? I tend to think maybe not. That's not to say that Armstead's a bad player, but when somebody's counting for nearly 10% of your salary cap, you want him to be somebody to build around. And so you're going to, it's a big year for Armstead in that regard. If he replicates what he did in 2019, then it's going to be a situation where you're totally fine paying him that money, because that's why you paid him that money, is basically on the strength of that 2019 season that he had. And so then after this upcoming season, Nick Bosa is going to be eligible for a new contract. And you look at what Joey got, he basically got a quarterback contract. I think it was 5 years and 135, which is a little bit less than what Garoppolo got for in 2018. So, it's a situation where you go and get your quarterback in Trey Lance in large part because you want more reliability from an injury standpoint, but you also want that rookie contract. And paying Trey Lance, I think, $70 million a season versus paying Jimmy Garoppolo, 26, 27, it gives you a little bit more financial flexibility from that standpoint. So I think that the contract component to getting Trey Lance is a big part of this. And I think Kyle Shanahan looked at the roster and he's gonna have to pay eventually, starting with Fred Warner now. Next, I would imagine is Nick Bosa. They're going to have a decision to make on somebody like Deebo Samuel. And, receivers are very, very highly paid. And if Deebo Samuel puts together a 1,400-yard season with, 8 touchdowns and proves to be a really valuable weapon for them, what's that going to lead to? Are they going to decide to pay Deebo Samuel $18 million a year? Or might they trade him for a draft pick and try to draft another receiver to play with Brandon Ayuk long term? And they have Mike McGlinchey's contract eventually to figure out at right tackle. So it's an evolving thing, but what they did this offseason in getting Trey Lance does give them more flexibility. But as they keep paying guys top of the market rates, whether it's George Kittle or Trent Williams or now Fred Warner, eventually Nick Bosa, that's going to catch up with them, and it's going to be harder to pay everybody. So they're in a decent spot right now, but I think as each of these contracts come, it's going to be harder and harder for them to fill out rosters, particularly with veteran guys, and it's going to emphasize the draft, which is going to be really important for them, like it is for every team. But when you're a top-heavy roster like the 49ers seem to be right now, that's sort of the side of the pool they're going into, to where they're going to have a bunch of highly paid guys, and then they're going to have a bunch of minimum guys, maybe rookies or guys on rookie contracts, helping round out this roster. And that's the challenge that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have in front of them, is they have talented guys, but they also have to supplement those talented guys, because eventually they're not going to be able to pay everybody.
I would say, Chris, if these guys are looking to make as much money, down the road as we expect them to, that means the 49ers probably pretty good. Maybe get a Super Bowl out of it. So I'd be fine with him putting up that production to warrant that type of money. That's for sure. We got training camp coming up soon. A lot of people, I believe, Trey Lance, I don't want to say you redshirt him because if he's ready to go and he's better than Jimmy, I think you put him in there week 1. But I think maybe the best case scenario is you start with Jimmy, you let Trey develop throughout this whole year. Is that the number one plan for this team? Is if Jimmy's healthy and he's fine, you want to sit Trey Lance? Or are they willing to say, if Trey beats him out in the training camp, we're ready and willing to go week 1? Trey Lance is the starting quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating. I think, it might be cliche, but it's going to be a situation where regardless of where Trey Lance is in his development, it's ultimately going to be who Kyle Shanahan thinks gives them a best shot to win. And that's ultimately what he owes the players in that locker room, because those guys, there are a lot of highly paid guys that are expecting to contend for a Super Bowl. And so whether, I don't think they're going to rush Trey Lance and get him into the starting lineup if he's not ready. But on the other hand, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Kyle Shanahan has a bunch of, really interesting play designs in his back, burning a hole in his back pocket that he wants to, throw on, put the rest of the league on notice with, a lot of unscouted things that he simply can't run with Jimmy Garoppolo under center. So, I think Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel, just given how good they are at designing the running game and given how good of a runner Trey Lance could potentially be, it could be a scenario where they say, hey, maybe we run a training wheels offense like Robert Griffin ran in 2012 when Shanahan was the offensive coordinator in Washington. And Griffin was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the league that year while winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. Maybe that's the direction they decide to go. But I think for now, entering training camp, it's probably too early to assume that that's going to happen, or at least a version of that is going to happen. I think Kyle Shanahan is going into it very clear-eyed with understanding that for right now, Jimmy Garoppolo, just given his familiarity with the system, given his experience, is probably the guy that gives the 49ers the best shot to win. But if Trey Lance comes in and plays really well and makes good decisions with the football and doesn't turn it over in practice and plays well in the preseason and, can execute some of these running plays that the league hasn't seen from this offense yet, then maybe Kyle Shanahan decides, hey, let's cut bait now. Let's see if we can trade Garoppolo for a possible asset. Maybe another team deals with an injury quarterback. A lot of different things could happen that could swing this thing. But for now, I think, you have to go into it thinking Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the favorite, and it's ultimately going to be up to Trey Lance to beat him out. And I think I would say, there's a possibility that Trey Lance does beat him out. Jimmy Garoppolo isn't the best practice player. Jimmy Garoppolo is prone to making bad decisions and throwing off his back foot and getting intercepted and holding onto the ball too long. Like, he's been a good player, but he's also prone to mistakes. And if Kyle Shanahan decides that Trey Lance isn't making those mistakes, and you remember one of the things the 49ers really like about Trey Lance was the fact he rarely turned the ball over at North Dakota State. He went an entire season without throwing an interception, albeit against lower competition, basically D1 AA at North Dakota State. So, there's a lot of variables that go into it. I think Kyle Shanahan is open-minded in that he realizes there's a chance Trey Lance can beat out Jimmy Garoppolo, but I think for now Jimmy Garoppolo is the clear favorite, and we'll just have to see how these training camp practices go, and that's what's going to make this training camp in particular so interesting, because since I've been covering the team since 2013, this was after the 49ers traded Alex Smith, I haven't seen a real legitimate quarterback battle like this one. So I think it's going to be fascinating, and it's going to be dissected, and everybody's going to be under the microscope. But that's what makes the NFL fun. It's put up or shut up time, and even in practice, these guys are going to be under a lot of pressure, which is a pretty unique situation.
Damien, did you see how Trey Lance was throwing them 4-yard outs? What?
Yeah, okay.
Let's go.
All right. Settle down. Settle down. I do want to bring up something. Can you tell us about you and Kyle Madsen host a great podcast, Candlestick Chronicles. It's great despite the fact Kyle's on it, but it's a tremendous listen for 49ers fans. It's part of my listening habits. What is this beer can that you guys got out there? not a beer guy. Can I get one of these?
Yeah, so we've partnered with my good friends at Cooperage Brewing Company in Santa Rosa, which is my hometown, and they make fantastic beer if you're a craft beer person. And we're partnering to make a Candlestick Chronicles Hazy IPA. That's I think going to come out next week or the week after.
This can is awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, the can's really awesome, but what's cool about it too is a portion of the proceeds are going to go to the Redwood Empire Food Bank, which I worked with when the fires hit Santa Rosa in 2017. We worked with them closely. The house I grew up in, basically the neighborhood I grew up in, went in the fire. So a bunch of friends of mine from Santa Rosa got together and worked with the food bank and made a bunch of donations and all that stuff. So it was really great to work with them. So I wanted to figure out a way to help them. And so we're also having an event at Cooperage in Santa Rosa on August 13th. And there's going to be a live panel and people are going to be able to make donations to the Redwood Empire Food Bank. But the live panel, we're going to have Matt Mayoko there. We're going to have Matt Barrows, Cam Inman, Nick Wagner of ESPN, Tracy Sandler, Jennifer Lee Chan, all on a panel with Kyle and I, just sort of taking questions from people. And so, yeah, it's going to be great beer for a great cause. The event's going to be free, so you can come hang out. And just, if you like 49ers and you like beer, I think it's going to be a pretty good opportunity. August 13th, the night before the first preseason game at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll be up in San Jose that Friday with that panel, drinking good beer for a good cause. So I'm really excited about it. Like you said, the can looks incredible.
Yeah.
It should be available next week. I'm not entirely sure if you're going to be able to order it on the website or you can only get it at Cooperage in Santa Rosa. But our goal is to raise money for a good cause and spread some 49ers knowledge if we can, and put out some good beer in the process. And I think the event is going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm really excited about it. So appreciate you shouting it out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's awesome stuff. Congratulations on that. We appreciate your time. We know that's going to be a huge success. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Thanks for having me, guys. You guys be well.
Chris Biederman, senior writer, Sacramento Bee. There was a tough. Sometimes when stuff happens, you just make decisions. He didn't know I was going to bring up the beer thing, but I really wanted to. Yeah, because it's a tremendous thing that they're doing, and as as much fun as I have with Kyle, like I love Kyle, and it's just it's a great thing that they're doing. So I had to make the decision to not bring up Greg Knapp. Some of you may, I see a lot of people in the chat talking about this Greg Knapp, Sac State guy, San Francisco guy. San Francisco 49er guy, Oakland Raider guy as well. You may have read about his injuries in a biking accident. I think he was hit by a car. He passed away. Chris, no change in his voice, hinted that he found that news out as we were talking, and I'm certain he's finding it out now as we're hanging up. But I wanted him to have the opportunity to talk about the positive things that he's doing, and we'll save this conversation for later. So really unfortunate to read about that. Again, Greg he was a Sac State guy. He was the San Francisco 49ers coach. He had gone to New York with Robert Saleh. So that's just terrible news, man.
R.I.P. to him, man, and condolences to his family for sure. Wow.
No easy way to transition out of stuff like that, but many in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat are talking about it, and I wanted to make sure those listening on the Odyssey app and on the radio were aware of it as well. Yeah. Again, he is a local guy here. He coached at Sac State, coached for the San Francisco 49ers and the Raiders as well. So as Casey said, man, thoughts and prayers out to the Knapp family.
And no, like you said, no easy way to segue out of that. Don't mean any disrespect, just going into something like this. But I didn't realize that the Niners he said that the event that they're having is on August 13th, the night before the Niners' first preseason game against the Chiefs, which is August 14th.
Yeah.
That's going to be lit. That's going to be lit.
It didn't dawn on me. There may be more to talk about. There may be more to talk about. There may be more. I believe we are in the, some would say we're in the final planning stages of this.
Yeah.
D'Lo and Casey would say we're in the final planning stages of this. So hopefully we get the opportunity to bring some breaking news to you. As breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today.
The man, that just got even better. When I saw that, oh man.
We cannot wait to give the thumbs up to tell you about what we're planning, and it's
that's gonna be the first time I get to see Trey Lance that night. That's what I'm gonna see. Might just pass out.
It's going to be the first time you get to see a lot of people that night. That is certainly our plan. Again, we'll pass that along to you. And I'm wondering, are you excited? Not you. I know you are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you who are listening or watching. Are you excited for football? Are you still decompressing? The NBA season ended, 2 days ago.
Right.
Are we decompressing? Are we still in NBA mode? Because unlike, we can't decompress from the NBA. We got the draft. We got free agency. Just as we start to decompress, just as we start to detox from the NBA, oh man, they're throwing the draft at us. Then they're throwing free agency at us. Then the California Classic is here. California Classic is going to be at the Golden One Center for a 2-day event showcasing some of your favorite California basketball teams in the Miami Heat for some reason. On August 3rd and 4th, head to ESPN1320.net/contest right now to enter for a shot at winning tickets. I know Manny, Serial Connection, he's got his tickets. I know a lot of people listening to this has got their tickets for the California Classic, but are we in football mode yet?
It's funny you say that. I was thinking about that today. And I'm not there yet. I'm not in football mode yet. Obviously, I'm excited about the Niners, Fred Warner. That was really cool, but I'm not there yet. I'm still decompressing from basketball. I'm ramping up for the Giants right now. That's really what's happened in the last, really since the All-Star break, maybe a little before. Started to ramp up the Giants. The process of training camp and everything is not enjoyable for me because I just want people to come out healthy.
Right.
So I'm not there yet, but I think training camp will be cool. You'll get your training camp reports and then preseason games, obviously. We're not far. I'll be there. I'll be there soon. Yeah.
You want to talk football next?
Absolutely. We can talk football next. I could talk to you about the Niners, and I'm explaining even more why the time is now. It's now. I need number 6. You know how we started.
Oh my God! All right,
I only need 6.
Okay. I'm anxious to hear this. And I want to set the table for tomorrow's show because we put some things on the back burner today, but there I think is some really good conversational stuff here. I'm going to throw that out there. Set the table for tomorrow. We'll dive into some football notes here as well, and we'll keep it rolling here, commercial free till the top of the hour when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's tough. I had an idea. I knew how I was going to do it, and then I saw the Greg Knapp news, and I was like, "Oh shoot!" So I tried to make a little adjustment there, but I'm glad it worked. I knew we had to get him in. So we just got the one Odyssey and one more California Classic. Okay, I got you. I'll take care of that. That's no problem. So I keep checking. I know the rumor for Daniel Bryan is super strong, but I don't think it's confirmed. And so all I was able to find out was Daniel Bryan, he might have signed with AEW, but they haven't announced it, which I'm totally good with. I'm totally good that they didn't announce it because I think they can. I'd rather it be a surprise. And we talked about that Arthur Ashe stadium show. That if we're doing something with CM Punk, and I know the line was, CM Punk is training for a return. Okay, it's probably not going to take him that long to be ready to return. It's probably not going to take him that long at all. If he's going to wrestle at AEW, he's going to be on that show. So as Bryce says, it's not confirmed, but it sounds like it's basically done. And I'm good with it. I'm keep it a secret. Don't confirm it. Don't confirm it publicly. Let him show up on Dynamite. And I'm trying to think what would what would be better, like showing up at a pay-per-view with all of this buzz where people have to pay to see if the buzz, if the buzz is real, or showing up now that the finals are over, there's no more interruptions for Dynamite, showing up on a Wednesday night on TNT. I feel like, man, show up on regular TV. Get that ratings pop. Like, whether I know we all kind of laugh about how Nitro came to an end, but think about what really got Nitro in the position that it was. It was the debut of Lex Luger. We could have our feelings about Lex Luger all day, but the fact is, he was for a year the top babyface in WWE. At least they tried to make him the top babyface in WWE, and he was still a strong mid-card guy when he left. But he showed up on that first episode of Nitro, and it was a big deal. So then they, Ted DiBiase did it later. Of course, the birth of the NWO with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. That was massive. Those weren't pay-per-views. That was regular TV. If Daniel Bryan did sign with AEW, debut on TNT, debut on a Wednesday night, man, that would be tremendous for Dynamite. And you could get some new eyes on there. And I read a stat. Oh, damn it. I should have noted it. But I think it was something along these lines, but not 100% this. Something along the lines of, like, WWE has released 69 talent, and AEW has signed like 10 of them. Because, people keep saying, they're just signing all the old WWE guys. Well, like, yeah, they signed Big Show and Mark Henry, but is that really that big of a deal? And do you pass on a guy like Rusev because he was in WWE? Like, no, the dude is super talented. Aleister Black, all these other guys. I saw the deathmatch guy show up. That's not my bag, but I'm curious. Like that. Hey, that's our man Greeny. We ain't heard from you in a while, Greeny. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate the love.
Did you see Greeny got caught in the middle of an exchange the other day between Jalen Rose and Kendrick Perkins? Did you see that?
I don't think I did.
Jalen, I didn't see all of it, but I saw a clip of Jalen basically talking about, he was saying, like, Kendrick, like, it was ridiculous that you were talking about Middleton was Batman. Just run it back. Say it was a bad take and leave it at that. And yeah, Greeny was sitting there like, oh, this is crazy. I'm in the middle of this. What do I do?
That's pretty much all that ever happens with Mike Greenberg. Is he asks a question that starts an argument amongst the people who are with him, and then he has to figure out a way to end it because he has to get the show to a commercial break. Or he has to transition the show to the all-important Aaron Rodgers segment.
So, and then it was
last night,
right
Giannis Antetokounmpo wins his first NBA championship. But first, Aaron Rodgers, will he show up in Green Bay? Is he throwing shade at the Packers? That's next on Get Up.
It was perfect for him the other day, though. I mean, right there in Milwaukee, like, Giannis wins the championship. Does that mean Aaron Rodgers is more likely to stay now?
And Aaron Rodgers tweeted about it. He tweeted about the Milwaukee Bucks. He gave them a ton of praise because I don't know if he's I think it's more than a fan. Like, I think he's like maybe he's got the D-Wade ownership deal.
Okay.
But he wrote, incredible job by Wes and Mark, Peter, John Hurst. Our GM made some incredible moves, and our stars played like stars. Can't stop 34. Flex emoji, hashtag champs. Was this shade from Aaron Rodgers? Is Aaron Rodgers talking to the Green Bay Packers?
Yo, well, I literally, I didn't see that. I didn't know he did that.
Yes, he did.
That was definitely shade at the Packers. Our GM made some great move. Oh, yeah, he's definitely poking at the Packers.
He is.
What a jerk.
You caught yourself. I like it. You caught yourself. You wanted to call him something else, and that's okay. That's okay.
What a jerk. Aaron Rodgers, just to clear up any confusion, I think he's a great football player. Great football player. Man, to be on the level.
Saying he's a jerk.
Yeah, he's a jerk. He's an S starter, as my grandmother would say. And, he's got a little.
Does she say S?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I was just curious.
No. Yeah, she gives you the full thing. She does not give you the TNT version of that statement. She gives you the HBO version. But
TNT version would be a steam starter. Because you know how they edit words out to make
he's
them
a
weird.
stuff starter.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this mother lover?
Mm-hmm. But it's not even like that clever. It's usually something like weird. Who's this mother pie eater? Like, what? Who says that? I don't remember that part of Above the Rim. Like what? That's what happens when you tune into TNT.
I love it. You guys already know. I don't think I know it anymore, but I used to know every word to Above the Rim, the unedited and the TNT edited version.
Wow. That's commitment.
It's a new day and time, bro. This is change.
Yeah, but you did all that, and your memory is impeccable, by the way. I point that out. So it doesn't necessarily mean you've seen Above the Rim 1,000 times. Like your memory is impeccable. But you've been able to work that out, both the edited version and the unedited version, but can't carve out 2 hours, an hour and 47 minutes in your life to watch Beverly Hills Cop.
That never came on TNT.
Bro, can you go to HBO Max? Can you just go to Apple TV? Can you go to your high-tech box and just say, press the button and say Beverly Hills Cop, let the movie pop up and hit play? You ain't got nothing else to do tonight. Max. I don't know where it is. Well, it's somewhere.
Champagning and campaigning. I got a Giants game to watch tonight. Might have Olympics to watch. Softball.
916-349-1320. Let's bring in Poker Pro Eric to save us here.
Pro,
I was able to track down the YouTube stuff yesterday, and again, to no one's surprise, it was started by Poker Pro.
Let's get on a lighter note. First off, a big happy birthday to the man himself.
My man.
I know you're getting up there in years, but you're still living life. You got the backyard courtyards, and you got the softball league. It's good to stay active while you can.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, man.
Good news. But want to talk about the draft. I heard the rumors. I guess you guys confirmed this morning that they are in fact having an actual draft party at the Golden One Center.
Mm-hmm.
So which is kind of crazy because it's every single year we got the same damn lottery every year. It's like I just want to have a team where we don't have to worry about the lottery and the draft no more. That'd be awesome.
I know, you and me both.
Yeah, since they are having one, how great would it be? I mean, I don't know if it's a dream, but I would love them to actually see, instead of trading down, trade up to get one of those more marquee, not the number one pick maybe, but even the 4 or 5.
Ooh.
I think the consensus is like 4 or 5 guys that just are a little bit of a notch ahead of everyone. And to trade up and to have that crowd go crazy, it would bring so much excitement to the area here. I think having more of one of the marquee names instead of drafting Franz Wagner, who might be the defensive player of the year for all we know, but there's nobody getting excited. Nobody buying sneakers or jerseys or whatever. I'll make them about buying a Franz Wagner jersey, but I think trading up is the right play, and I don't know what that actually would require. But if you only move up to like 3, 4, 5 from 9, you're not going to have to give up the world. What do you guys think about that?
That'd be awesome.
That's a good call. Yeah.
I would love that. I'm telling you, Poker for Eric the Calder is the man.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I don't deal with him in the chat, so he might be the man in the chat. But we talk about S starters,
man. Oh yeah, but that's fun, man. That's what makes YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff fun.
That's
man.
my guy, man. That's my guy. But that was a great point. I mean, that would go crazy, right there.
Have we talked one time about them trading up? We've talked about them trading up. So let me ask this though, and obviously Poker Pro is right because this has been discussed. Go back to August 17th, first day of the show. Like this has been discussed at length about this draft, but particularly the top of that draft. One, you'd have to find someone willing to trade out of, the top 4. Now it feels like top 5. And interestingly enough, I think the 5th is Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
But does that change anything though for the Kings? Like to Poker Pro's point, it's a more marquee name. Obviously it's a better player, but is that like okay, this is it. This is the move we needed to make. Like a year 1 out the gate. Does that accomplish the goal?
Man, I don't know.
It's now to be fair, it might be a great long-term play.
Yeah. I don't look at any of these guys in this draft, as great as I think this draft is. I don't think any of them are game changers year 1 to we got to the playoffs because we drafted this guy. Like I don't see that.
Even the top, you're talking about Cade, the top 4, top 5. Okay.
Yeah, even Cade, and Cade is a great ball player, and he can, and a lot of people believe if the Kings draft him, so to speak, that eventually he's going to be the best player on the team. That's what people believe. I don't see him being the difference between them making the playoffs this year or not in year 1. So to answer your point, does it change anything? I don't know, man. I don't know if it changes anything because the playoffs to me doesn't hinge on who they pick if it changes anything this year.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Manny. Serial Connection. Manny, what's up, baby?
What's up, y'all? I'm gonna let y'all do what you do.
My man. Still got him?
Yeah,
Manny's a little low. We're gonna work on that.
Okay. We're gonna teach Manny to speak up. I think that's all we got to do. Manny's pouring his Cocoa Puffs, and so
man.
Manny made some dope shirts though. I don't know when he's. I don't know when he's. I don't know. I don't know if it's top secret. I don't know when he's dropping those, but Manny's got some. He's got some dope merch coming out. Like, I might have to.
I'll cop a Manny shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna have to say, man, like that's something I'd wear here on D-Lo and KC.
I'd cop a Manny shirt. That's for sure.
When we get Manny back on the phone, let's try this again. Let's speak up, Manny.
Is that better?
Yeah, you better. You good? You good, baby?
I'm gonna let you guys do what you do. You guys got the best radio station, in my opinion, in all of ESPN. But I got somebody here with a special message, so I'm gonna leave it to that.
Okay. Oh man, this is awesome! Thank you. I appreciate it. What cereal we got today? What cereal did we have this morning?
I'm a height one.
Which one did you have?
A height one.
Oh, okay. All right, I like that one. And the birthday is complete now.
Now we complete.
I'm
complete.
I'm good.
That's good stuff.
No presents, no cards, nothing. I'm good. Thank you.
That's good stuff, Manny. Thanks for that, man. Hey, Manny, did you? Are those shirts going to be available for public consumption? The shirts that you sent me, the shirt that you sent me yesterday.
I've got a person that makes them. I am at some point gonna try to get on that market, but I need your help with that, man. I need your help with the character, man.
Okay. We'll get it done. I gotta I'm gonna show him to Kenny here when we wrap up, man. I'll show him to the crew here and on the live stream. But that's good stuff, man. Manny, thanks for the call.
Appreciate you, man.
I know you appreciate that birthday wish.
Always, man. Always.
So, okay, for real, what's let's mention this here real quick. We appreciate those listening on the new Odyssey exclusive, the Odyssey app with the exclusive radio stations that are curated for sports listeners like you, whether it's a big birthday party tonight or it's a big birthday party Saturday. If it's for a summer barbecue or it's for a basketball game in your backyard, Check out Heat in the Streets with music from Lil Baby, Drake, Cardi B, and the hottest artist in the game. You'll also find artists on Odyssey too with the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. What's the plan for the night?
Oh, like I said, we got the family coming over, ice cream and cake. You know, maybe I have me some McQueen. I think I'll have me some McQueen tonight for sure. Absolutely.
McQueen goes good with cake.
Yeah, I mean the McQueen might be flowing all night long. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Might be flowing all night long.
It's dangerous. I was telling people before the show started on Twitch and YouTube, I was making dinner last night. I had a simple dinner. It was kind of chop, oil, season, throw it in the oven. That's rare. Normally I got multiple things going on. I had the rice cooker going, so I was fine. It was kind of get it going, set the timer, go sit down. So I was like, hey, pour a little glass of McQueen. I don't know how little the glass was, but I know the timer was only like 14 minutes. I got my glass. I sat down. Timer goes off. I go to get up, and I'm like, hey, whoa, this, like the slow, we talk about we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. Hey, we don't make much, but what we do make acts damn fast. I got up. I'm like, what the hell, man? It's Wednesday. Like, this was not my intention. So I had to get some rice and some food in me.
I'm gonna be about that life tonight.
Well, and you deserve to be.
I'm gonna be fine. See, I don't really drink fast. You know what I'm saying? I just kind of get in the cup, sip on it a little bit.
This white bottle over my shoulder says otherwise. as Kenny and I drank that bottle of Bumble Cream one night.
That was that one hit pretty hard. I was like, whoa.
That Bumble Cream, I was pouring it, and then all of a sudden we got to the last one, and I'm like, hey, I'm sitting here like, it's like a bottle of ketchup, like trying to get the rest out. Like, for real, it's gone. Man, I didn't realize we had gotten to that point of the evening.
Yeah, that it'll sneak up on you, but but look, even that was moderate.
Drink responsibly.
It was just like, okay, boom, I'm gonna have that. You came back, checked on me in about 20 minutes. Oh, okay, I'll get him some more. It was never straight shots to the head. It wasn't that. It's not my job.
Yeah, this alcohol from the brand, it's way too good to shoot. You don't shoot this stuff, man. You sip it and you enjoy it.
You drink it, like you said, you drink it, you enjoy it, you savor it.
And you enjoy it responsibly, man. So if you're sipping tonight or you're sipping this weekend, man, sip responsibly. I want to get back into some football notes here, but I do want to set the table for a couple of things because I don't want people to think we missed this. Texas and Oklahoma potentially moving to the SEC. It's something we could probably dive into a little bit tomorrow. I don't even know how big of a deal it really is for us. It doesn't involve the Pac-12. Like we knew super duper conferences were only a matter. Like it wasn't far away. Texas A&M is certainly going to put up a fight. We're aware of the story. We're watching it. This is obviously something that's been in the works for a while.
Didn't they threaten to go to the SEC a couple years ago? Like it was a, what do they say, 11th hour or 12th hour or whatever, and then at the last minute Texas came back and stayed.
Texas to me feels like that may very well be that may very well be true. I feel like Texas is they're so insecure because they stink. Like they still think they're good.
Right.
Like they don't understand why they're not in the conversation with Alabama. Like they have this like they're stuck in what they used to be. And they're not that anymore. So they're like in their feelings over it. And if I'm Oklahoma, I'm like, go ahead and leave. We'll carry the Big 12 now. Go ahead. Get moving. It'll be fascinating to watch if they do leave, what happens to the Big 12 and like the Big 12 network.
That's why Oklahoma's like, don't do it, or don't do it, because if Texas leaves, they're gonna be the Mountain West, and you ain't gonna get no respect for winning nothing.
Man, well,
Big 12 already weak though, if you ask me.
Facts, and that's the thing too. That's the thing too. Like you're not a Big 12 guy. I'm not an ACC guy. I think the ACC in football is trash. But you've got a school there. It's like you've got a school there that's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of all that it boils down to. Another story, and this one we're absolutely saving in its entirety for tomorrow because we've spent a lot of time talking about this, and it's the NILs, it's the name, image, and likenesses. There's two really big stories that are worth discussing. One, we talked when the NIL deal went into effect. Mikey Williams was one of the first name we referenced.
Yeah.
He signed with XL Sports Management. This young man can't be drafted right now until 2024. By then, he's likely going to be worth a number in the 10 figures. Like, this dude is already it. And he's like the 6th highest ranked player in that class.
Yeah,
but he has
crazy.
a massive social media following. And he signed with a sports management company. So his whole world is about to change. And Nick Saban, if you've ever wondered the genius of Nick Saban, go read about him talking about NILs. He's already starting to use it as a recruiting tool. He's talking about how his quarterback,
used car salesman down the street.
he's talking about his quarterback who may make 9 figures from NIL deals and hasn't stepped on the football field yet. He says that's not his play. That's Alabama. Oh, who's listening to that? Every freaking 16, 17, and 18-year-old around the country who's thought about, Alabama as one of their schools. And I read that. I was like, Nick freaking Saban, man.
Yeah,
dude,
he did
like,
that.
He
did that.
Gets it. Like, he may come across as an old crotchety man, but he gets it. He didn't threaten to quit.
Right.
And when players started playing, getting paid, and then not actually do it when it happened, like old boy at Clemson did.
Yeah.
But he gets it, and we'll bring that story to you in its entirety tomorrow. But it just speaks to the genius that Nick Saban is, and how these NIL deals are going to change the landscape of amateur sports.
We talk about Nick Saban, and a move like that you just talked about. That's like a Calipari move. I can't wait to see what Calipari can do with the NIL. That might be crazy.
Calipari's thinking, I've been doing this. I've been doing this for like 5 years. Y'all gonna reinstate all of the programs you suspended me from? I've been on this. Yeah, his exact quote: "Our quarterback has approached ungodly numbers. I'm not going to say what they are. He hasn't even played yet. He hasn't been a starter. If I told you what he's pauses, it's almost 7 figures. And it's like the guy hasn't even played yet." Oh, man.
That's crazy.
And you're the quarterback for a couple of years. That 7 now becomes 8.
Man.
And you haven't been drafted yet.
Haven't been drafted. You know what they
this is changing everything.
I always go back to when this first came out, and they were talking about Reggie Bush. They said Reggie Bush would have made, they estimated, around $8 million a year for the 3 years he was at USC.
And then how now, if like, do you start thinking, okay, what's my rookie contract in the NFL? Will I actually make more money my senior year in Tuscaloosa or Knoxville or wherever than I would as the 12th pick of the draft, the 14th pick of the draft, the 15th pick of the draft? I'm not talking, in the NFL, in my opinion, lottery picks are like rounds 1 through 3. Those are the equivalent of lottery picks in the NFL. But they don't, like, it's not like the contracts are phenomenal like that. Dak was what, 3rd round? And I don't even think he was making $1 million.
Nah, he wasn't popping like that. Like this is what I asked you when this came down. I know NFL is a little different, but the NBA, like, with this, see kids stay in college a little longer for the NBA. And I know starting the salary clock is important in the NBA. But let's just say, like, I don't know what they make for a 9th or 10th. Let's just say Moses Moody. Moses Moody, I don't know. He's making let's say $6 million a year in the NBA this year. If he went back to and he goes to Sacramento, right, where he might get buried, but if he stayed at Arkansas and was part of the NCAA tournament, was on ESPN once a week, maybe that could get him $10 million that year as opposed to the $6 million he might get from Sacramento.
Moses Moody, and this was just a really quick search here. Any player taken at 9 by the Sacramento Kings, their first year salary at 9 again would be $3.7 million. The first pick of the draft. Now remember, it's part of one and done is getting the clock, getting that first contract in, so you can get to the second. So a first year is $8 million. So they're not numbers that you roll your eyes at and walk away from.
Right.
But you have the ninth pick is, say it's Moses Moody for fun. It's 3.7, 3.9, and then $4 million in his third year. Man. And then you get into the options and the qualifying offers and all of those different things after that.
Man,
but once you start getting into once you start getting drafted by good teams, who were in the playoffs, you're starting to talk about $2 million, $1.9 million. You're taking at the end of the first round, you're talking about $1.6 million.
I might just go back. Josh Christopher is a guy that I always talk about. If you're not going to be top 5, type 7, top 10,
now
go back to school.
The flip side of that is, will your school, your coach, your program have room for you? Because they may, like I've always believed, God bless him, he did a hell of a job selling him. I always believed that John Calipari told Scout, we ain't got room for you. Enter the draft. I will tell everyone everything they need to hear about you.
Right.
But I don't have room for you anymore. You're not playing here. So you don't have to enter the draft, but you're not playing here anymore. Your best bet is to enter the draft and let me do what I do. And he did. And Scal got drafted, and
I'm trying
whatever. But
that's crazy that you said, because you're 100% correct. Because I think Scal's sophomore year would have been De'Aaron, Malik Monk, Bam Adebayo. I think that's how that played out.
Okay.
And he wasn't playing over Bam. So Cal was like, I got Bam coming in here. I got these guys. Malik, he about to shoot all the shots. I got this kid, De'Aaron Fox. I think right now might be the move.
And he wasn't playing.
He didn't play.
He wasn't playing the year he was there.
Yeah.
It was just, I mean, it was Coach Cal's sell job that ultimately got him drafted. And that first time I talked to Calipari after that draft, it was like, okay, I get why he wins the living room.
Yeah,
like that dude is charming as they get. Like he'll I don't want, like, it's sleazy to call him a used car salesman, but like he'll make you believe that this Pinto that you're buying fresh off the set of Friday that Smokey was driving and he had to use his foot to stop it.
Yeah.
He can make you believe it's the greatest car in the world.
And the crazy thing about him that is a difference between him and other people, and I got this sense when I saw the 30 for 30 on him, is like, I don't ever really feel like Coach Cal is lying to you. Mm-hmm. He just has a way
believes what
with
he's
words.
saying.
Yeah. Like he has a way with the words, but he's never like gassing you up as I'm telling you something that's not true. Mm-hmm. I think he's pretty truthful and pretty forthcoming. He just knows how to put his words together to make you see it the way that he's presenting it.
Yeah. And he believes everything that he's telling you. Mm-hmm. It's what makes great college coaches great. You have to get recruits, like coaching, X's and O's, managing timeouts, running practices. Of course, that's a very important part of what you're doing, but it pales in comparison to winning over an emotional 16, 17-year-old. Mm-hmm. That's your job. Mm-hmm. Those recruiting trips, because you're not only are you going on recruiting trips, but you're also prioritizing, okay, what trip do I have to go on and what trips do my assistants go on?
Right.
What player is important enough for me to go on? Who can close the deal without me? Who do I have to be in front of to close?
Right.
And it's these NIL deals now add an entirely new component to all of that stuff.
Yeah,
because not only is it, we've got, hey, Coach Calipari telling a family, telling a young man, hey, I got Anthony Davis, I got DeMarcus Cousins, and you start running down the long, list of players that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got Big Jerry, who owns Big Jerry Cars down the street. We've got money upon money upon money. We've got NIL deals you won't believe. Now it's an entirely new recruiting tool if you're willing to understand it.
Right.
If you're willing to embrace it. It sounds like Nick Saban is.
Yeah.
If you're willing to embrace it, it's an entirely new recruiting tool. Like if I'm 17, if I'm 16 years old and Dabo Swinney had called me, I ain't going to Clemson. I heard what you said about NIL deals. You going to impede me from making money? I'm good, bro. You off my list.
And that's why
life is different now, Dabo.
Right. That's why when it came out, we talked about it. I think this could be a situation where the rich just get richer. If they're doing it right, the rich should get richer here.
It could be, but it'll create interesting. Like what happens with Oregon now? Oregon got the biggest. Oregon's got the biggest booster of all. like Oregon's got the booster. I mean, quite honestly, what happens with like North Carolina? In the Jordan brand, that's Jordan's home. Like what the sky? What was it? The sky is the roof, or the ceiling is the roof. I think it was. The ceiling is the roof. Hell, I know it's weird, but Stanford. I mean, I gotta imagine some of those tech guys in the Valley went to Stanford.
We talked about what Danny in San Francisco. We were like, yo, shouldn't Cal and Stanford be in the game here with all that money in the Bay Area? And he's like, yeah, but it's different. It's not like Texas or Alabama where these people that leave there with money are like, almost all I want to do with this money is put it into the sports program and see us be great.
Yeah.
They don't have them type of vibes in the Bay Area.
Right. I feel like Stanford does to a degree, but the difference between Stanford will always be you may have them
into the school.
That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, you may have the you may have the kid on the hook, like, oh, I'm the number one recruit. I want to play for Stanford. Oh, I've got this NIL deal lined up because this guy who owns, a percentage of Facebook is an alumni there, and he's gonna, pay me to do social media posts. He's gonna pay me $2 million to do social media posts. Yeah, fam, but your GPA is trash.
Hey,
Stanford doesn't waver on that. Like, you take your ass out of here.
Play with that. They don't play. I will say this though, Cal State East Bay, I can mention you on D-Lo and KC. You know what I'm saying? I can do that. If you want to use me to recruit some of these guys to come up on the hill, the Cal State East Bay, talk to me. Talk to me. Like I said, I'll do a 13th round and name them every day in the 13th round. We can make it happen. Am I a booster without actually giving little money?
What are you boosting?
Their profile.
Just by talking?
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess we sign off. Cal State East Bay is gonna call. Hey, talking is cute. Do you have something we could use to upgrade our facilities? Because your words don't upgrade our facilities, Kenny. The 13th round is nice. No, I don't want a bottle of Luke Belaire champagne, Kenny. I can't do anything with this. Keep the McQueen and Luke Belaire and give me some money. We don't need you to sponsor the college parties on campus. Like, put the alcohol away.
I'm hitting them like, oh, hey, let me hit you right back.
You need a new facility? You can come work out in my backyard.
Yeah.
That's about the extent of what I got for you.
Yeah.
California Classic is coming to the Golden One Center for a 2-day event showcasing some of your favorite California basketball teams on August 3rd and 4th. Head over to ESPN1320.net/contest right now to enter for a shot at winning tickets. I love that I said we're going to talk about this tomorrow and just said the hell with it. Let's just talk about it now. Like, that's fine.
We're going to talk about now. We can flip to tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get to the biggest questions headed into the NFL season tomorrow. So let's give you the particulars on the Mikey Williams deal. We had mentioned that he signed a deal with was it XL Sports Management? Yeah. They're in the belief, obviously, he could be the first, NIL deal who lands a shoe deal. And now we're starting to talk about, we talked about the 7 figures. He's going to be the one who's going to start looking at 8 by the time before he even is eligible for the NBA draft in 3 years.
More power to that young man. Wow. Mikey Williams has been
use social media
like in 7th grade. It's crazy.
The guy to follow, like we all talk about on the court. We all talk about how great his LeBron versus Jordan, his legacy on the court, and LeBron James. Off the court, follow LeBron James's lead. I don't think anybody has set a better example of how to be in the limelight when you're 16 years old. Stay in the limelight till you're 38 years old, 37 years old, and not slip. There's no Michael Vick incidents here. There's no domestic violence incidents. There's no, caught at the club cheating. There's nothing of scandal tied to LeBron James. And again, this dude has been under the microscope since he was 16 years old. You're Mikey Williams. You're any of these young people signing these NIL deals. Look to the king. Yes. Look to LeBron. Look to Rich Paul. Look to Maverick Carter. Look at those guys and how they conducted themselves and follow that lead, because the longer you're able to use your 5 million followers, which once you sign this deal, once you get on board with Nike, that number is going to become 6 and 7 and 8 million. You have to use that responsibly, because that's your audience now. You've got to use that audience of 5 million people responsibly, because now Nike, or now a shoe company, is buying into it. A beverage company is buying into it. A car company is buying into it. This is now bigger than car dealerships in Tuscaloosa, Oklahoma. We could be talking about Toyota. We could be talking about Mercedes. We could be talking about, car companies buying into individual athletes like this because of the size of their platform.
Yeah.
Now, it'd be weird for a car company to buy into a 16-year-old, but hey, I don't know. Work with me here.
That would be a little bizarre. But you're 100% right. I mean, LeBron hasn't misstepped not once, man. So if you're trying to figure out how to navigate through all this, if you're Mikey Williams or Ash Manning, what's his name? Ash Manning. Arch Manning. Sorry. Sorry, Arch. But if you're that,
which is that's the most Manning name imaginable.
Yeah. Arch.
Yeah.
If you're trying to navigate, look through that guy. The only time that LeBron got caught up is when he got caught smoking at the Indians game, World Series game. That was funny.
Was he at an Indian? Was he at a Cleveland game in a Yankee hat?
Oh, when he started out his career, it was Yankees versus Indians in the playoffs. He went with his Yankees hat. By the time the Indians were in Game 7 to win the World Series, he was in a box with the Indians jersey, Indians hat, and waving the towel.
Cleveland. He was smoking a cigarette?
No, he was
smoking some.
Him and Savannah were smoking, and the cameras went to him, and you have to see it to really explain it. But like, they were smoking, and the cameras go to him, and he sees that he's on the TV in there, and he's smoking, and he looks, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?"
I've got to see this.
Hilarious. And Savannah's like still going, and he like taps her like, "Hey, we're on the
knock
screen."
it off. Knock it off. I've got to see this. I do not remember that at all. I was like, LeBron smokes hilarious all the time. Like, he's smoking a cigar like it's nothing. What's the big deal?
Yeah, man. He had a little something, man, and they caught him on the broadcast, on the Fox broadcast. That was so
no. Okay, I'm gonna have to work to find that. I see. I'm gonna have to work to find that, because I keep finding him smoking after the Lakers win. Now he smokes all of the time on IG, so it's nothing now.
Cigars and wines. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm gonna search that out and find it and amuse myself. We'll talk more football tomorrow. I said Jerry. Oh, Jerry got all emotional on the podium yesterday. Was reminiscing about the good old days with Jimmy Johnson. So we'll dive into some of that stuff with camp underway now. We'll ask some of the biggest questions headed into the NFL season. I love you, brother. Happy birthday.
Thank you, big dog.
Have fun
Appreciate
tonight.
you,
Kenny's plan is to be with us tomorrow. We'll see how hard the family parties for him tonight. But we'll be back tomorrow with tons more. We appreciate you for being with us on Twitch, on YouTube. We appreciate you for being with us on the Odyssey app, and we'll see you here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
See if we can get to.
We
got 2 kitties in here. Let's go.
How did we even get here?
We got 2 kitties in here.
Yo, this is bizarre. Because I looked up and I went to click back to you, and I was like, it's not there no more.
We got 2 kitties in here.
I don't even know how this happened. How am I on? This is crazy. Remove that one.
We got one camera.
What are we doing here?
2 Kennies. Oh, that's funny. Jesse just sent us the
That's crazy.
the video.
I
I need to see the video.
That always makes me laugh.
Oh man, Savannah was hitting it too. Dang. Savannah, man, they got that good right there, boy. Oh. There's there's LeBron like, hey. So, hey, put I gotta get this on the screen somehow. Hang on, everybody, don't leave. How can I gotta share. Can I airdrop this? Oh no, this is good. Oh, this is good.
That one crazy.
Oh, LeBron's face. Hey, I think he looked at her. I think he looked at her and said, "Don't exhale. Don't blow that shit out. Just hold it. Hold it." Oh, she's like, "Oh."
That one I'll never forget. I saw that live.
That's hilarious.
And I said, "Oh my gosh, LeBron is hilarious."
Okay,
LeBron with the hey.
I can't think of any reasons this would be a YouTube problem.
Yo, look, he literally, I didn't realize that till Jesse said it. He literally said, "Hey, don't let it out."
He did. You guys got to see this. Hang on. Screen. Boom. Let's go here. All right, we got you. All right, let's look at. I'm gonna keep the sound down. Look. Uh-oh. Well, watch him look at Savannah. Hang on. Watch him look at Savannah. Don't exhale. Hey. No one told me. Don't blow that shit. Oh. Oh man, that is great. Oh, that is so good.
Oh, Brian, crazy for that one, man.
Oh man, that is the king right there.
That's one of my favorite clips of all time.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Brian was drinking. It was like, hey.
It looks like though. It almost looks like she's eating, and not. But then she gets all. Oh, that's the best. That is the best. Hold it. Oh man. They were like, they knew Jobs was on the line if they didn't cut. Jobs was on the line. Woo.
Oh, that's an all-timer for me, man.
Oh man, it is so good.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man, that is great.
Woo.
Oh, that's a good way to end the show.
It is. It is bad. Broad said.
Just don't exhale. Don't exhale. Oh, I got to show you Manny's shirts here real quick before we sign off. These are the shirts Manny was working on. Manny.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate you, brother. Oh, yeah, that's fire. Yeah. I'm wearing. I'm rocking. Absolutely.
Manny, we'd rock these, Manny.
Absolutely. That's fire.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Shout out
okay.
to
Appreciate
Hustle with
you,
Heart.
Appreciate you, brother. My man.
Yeah, let's let KC go enjoy his birthday, man. Have fun. I'll take care of everything tomorrow. Just show up.
I'm here. I'll be here.
I mean, I'll take care of the rundown. Don't worry about anything tonight, man. I'll take care
of softball. I might want to talk about that. Olympic softball.
Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Appreciate the love.